Welcome everyone to the 76th Keshe Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, August 27th, 2015. Now let's hear from Mr. Keshe at the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute.
Good morning, good day to you. As usual, whenever and wherever you listen to these teachings. We welcome you to this cycle of summertime, what I call teachings. We have a few newses, a few, as usual, disclosures, and we take it from there to see how we can extend the knowledge in a different way that we all can benefit by it. Today is another point for the Keshe Foundation. What we've done, it has come to our attention that the professor, the head of the chemistry department of George Washington University has confirmed the correctness of the technology in capturing of the CO2 and producing nano CO2 the way we have done. Do we have that paper and the link? The report has come through BBC, reporting it, and the paper is published. There is no problem with such a confirmation of the technology. He uses a zinc plate, he uses everything done. We have a problem with, not we, us as a Keshe Foundation family have a problem, and that is his claim this is to be his invention and his discovery. So we see another Stephen Hawking in hand, but the only problem we inform the BBC is that this technology is for sale at $25, €25 for past 2 years. And you see it, it's been published. They found a nanofiber, carbon nanofiber. They've used the CO2 which we create to make a fiber from it the way we do. And so it is very interesting how these things is still going on, and it's exact explanation and the way we work, using a zinc plates and everything else, and they have put a claim in. So we see, George Washington University needs to be informed. We have informed them. You need to let them know that this technology belongs to the Keshe Foundation Worldwide family. You've been stolen from, again, last time from your children, now this time from scientists claiming to what you do. We have to expose these things because then we can work in a free environment, because if this guy puts a patent in, all your work is blocked. Then you have to run to create, sorry, we did not do, it wasn't ours, you didn't claim it. So you see this is done, we have to inform, and we see it's a copy of all the work you have done and using every system we have done. Cathode consists of galvanized zinc ore, what we call the chicken mesh. They're given it a scientific name. So please understand, here it says figure 3 present the action of zinc, where there presents only a zinc metal on the galvanized steel coating, chicken mesh. You've done it for a long time. Please write to BBC and to the university. You can find their address, chancellors, that this is already belongs to the worldwide community of Keshe Foundation and not to another Stephen Hawking, what we call this professor. What's his name? I can't remember his name. It's on the paper. And it seems that it's got a lot of collaborations. Now, the beauty with this thing is that now it's confirmed we are correct. It's confirmed by the scientific world, even they try to claim it, that yes, we do absorb CO2. This is from the most leading institute in the world, Mr. Stuart Litch, Professor Stuart Litch. He's lynched himself actually, instead of lynched. Is that now the people who said there is no confirmation, George Washington University, one of the leading universities in the world, confirmed we are all correct. We are all achieved what they said you cannot. We said you can change it with the hot water. If you remember, I told you how you put the copper in and change the copper, you can collect it. how you do it with the introduction of electricity or cold water or whatever with the salt water. Now your work is confirmed. We are correct. CO2 is captured, is dissolved, and we see it to be correct. This is a huge confirmation of the correctness of the technology, because nano coating, absorption of the CO2, was the fundamental base of the technology development. And even if you look, the rings are there. They show the rings how we do now for the health application. So your technology, your work is confirmed to be correct. Arman showed us what they are claiming to be with a low temperature. Even in the water, we could produce GANs, and we could do it. Alex showed us with a fire, we are achieving the same thing. So now you see how correct the technology is, how correctly you are working, and why from now on we go into the next step of the development of the technology. If you go down, you see the peak of the carbon. This is what we showed in the report of what you call it, IMEC, when they analyzed the what you call the CO2 nano-coated copper. So Raman shift spectroscopy sits within the brackets we explained. We are correct. We've been correct. IMEC denied it. They put their own money inside to steal the declarations. And now you see 10 years of work is confirmed by BBC to be correct. You all doing the correct thing. Keshe Foundation Worldwide Family is doing what they cannot, they could not, but as a suppression of the news, they put others to suppress your work. As I wrote to the head of the university, this is your job, you have to say what is done, send them the link. That a 5-year-old child in China on a video on the YouTube is making what the professor doing in the toilet, so his work is good for the toilet. Because a 5-year-old child at least was honest, put it as a Keshe Foundation YouTube in China. In reality, now we can go and anybody says, if it does, we give them the paper. This paper proves the correctness, independent investigation, confirmation of technology. But it has to be credited to the Keshe Foundation Worldwide Family, not to a bunch of people who have taken this technology and running with it as it's theirs. The thing is, I can tell them how they can make kilos of it, but in their report they say only they can produce 9 grams. All of you are producing buckets of it. It means they haven't managed to understand how to make the way you are doing it. In the report, 9 grams is the maximum, and then the professors at Imperial College, they say there's a problem. If they can produce more, then become industrialists. I think all of you can send your CO2s to university and say you can have bucket loads of it. We make as much as we like, not 9 grams. So now you received right to Mr. Slitch at the thing, and write to the other authors that you have taken technology, this is ours and belongs to the Keshe Foundation Worldwide. Let them become part of the Keshe Foundation family, because scientists like this will do us a lot of good. We can give them other materials to access, but as a Keshe Foundation Worldwide family, they have the facilities we don't have, but correctness has to be correct. Now, we go to the next step. Today, we said in summertime, we carry on with our work in respect to health section. Health section is not dictated, connected by no government, no nation, no health authorities. It's you who decide how you want to take the frontiers of knowledge. All of you now, people went to the United States 500 years ago to become the, what do you call it, the frontrunners of the new continent. Now all of you are the front runners of new science, new technology. Today we listen to Renan in Harvard is. If any of you wants to come on with the experience support of what else you done, or go on the Keshe Foundation forum and put your what I call attestation, or your confirmation of what you've done. Don't write to us what is good. Write down what went wrong or what you had to do, because then we learn. The others can support us to learn more. How you use the medical application, and how, what was the response. We need the feedback. Keshe Foundation is an open-minded organization, and the organization is you. No one allows anyone to come and show things like this or teach so freely. You have created a new generation of scientists without borders, without colors, without race, without religion borders. We have to understand one thing very clearly. If we do not share knowledge the way we are doing as one race, then when one of us gets into problem, it's our sister, our brother across the world. We don't want no one to be hurt by it. It's not going to be an easy path. It's going to be problems. We make mistakes like everybody else, but at least we are open about it. We don't hide it. This is the only way humanity can go into the step of developing new way to save pain and to stop the suffering. Please be open about what you find out. As I always say to everyone, we like to know more with what is gone wrong with the process done right, because then we find a solution. What is wrong, we'll think, we'll find as a family worldwide how we can change it. We see new technologies on health is coming. I've seen people going to people who claim to be doctors for advice for different things, and the advice they send me a copy of, I can shoot the doctors right in their thinking. Because they think they understand nanotechnology, they understood, they advise the wrong way, and the people do it because the doctors are still trying to turn the people back into the realm of their work, where they don't understand the plasma technology, but they claim to do. I've seen a couple of these in the past 24 hours. Advising people to do things which actually can cause damage, because it's nothing to do with the technology. It's the way they mix the technology with the wrong thinking and equipment and telling people what to do. But because it sounds like it's the foundation work, people listen to it because they attach themselves to the foundation. We are trying to build a structure, and in the coming time, we will make a structure around the health. In that structure, we have to know how we use, for what pain, for what growth. Number of people have asked me to explain more about growing things. Let me explain to you. If you are okay with the next few days, Keshe Foundation become direct manufacturer of its own equipment directly with team of scientists. So we will release equipments that other Keshe Foundations around the world can use for amputation, for growing materials, growing fingers, growing toes. We are not ashamed to release it, because till it's not tested, we do not know. Then you can give it to the doctors in the hospitals too, because you can't be in the operating room. We will open the frontiers by releasing solid materials, solid systems that can be used. I had a long discussion yesterday with these people. So in the coming weeks, maybe in the next 3-4 weeks, you can come to Keshe Foundation. If you know somebody's got an amputation, if it is amputated months ago, we cannot touch. Doctors have to be able to put the system in operation at the point of amputation. Then we have to wait for a process of regeneration over months, the system as it works. The way it works, and this is how you have to explain to the doctors, is that if this is the end of the amputation, as I explained, and you cut the finger, let's say this is the finger, and is amputated at this point. Now you have an interface here. What do, you place the system facing the cut. That's all you need to do. And you mount it on the perfect side of the finger. Your body continuously, all the time, 24 hours a day, every second, sends information to replace different parts of this part of this toe, this finger. So what happened, without you knowing, you're replacing parts. It's like you're redecorating the house. But a lot of doctors who don't understand, they say we use only 5% or 15% of our brain. The other 85% is not used. This is the doctors who don't understand nothing about the work of the brain. The 85% is continuously monitoring every single cell in your body when is a due date to replace, to have the material ready forward for it, everything pre-planned 2-3 months, year before, that this cell needs to be changing in the 12 months time. It's a service industry. So the information sits there. When you amputate, the information comes here, but as we said, it takes the lymph, it takes the blood, and then it takes the information from neurosystem to gel these together as one cell. So when the information comes, the lymph and blood are always there. The electric current, which is specific for this cell, comes, and because it's not delivered, it releases its energy at this point. This energy builds up and has to go somewhere. So you call it a phantom pain. With putting this system in front of it, what happens? Because this system is gravitational magnetical, the flow carries on. As long as the brain is considered, this is replaced, but it's not there. So what happens in this process? Your body carries on building step by step, step by step. So after months, the finger is built, and you move the system further back out as it's built. We think the best perfect gap between the two is about 3 to 5 millimeter. In our test, we've seen this. So in fact, when you create 3 to 5 millimeter gap, you create the condition of the flow in a nano electrons. Be very aware of the science. Every cell and every part of the body of a man has a specific voltage, and the bank of the brain keeps these specific voltages. So this cell here uses different voltage than this cell next to it. That's how it knows where to be. So your brain has a bank of voltage, current, gravitational, magnetical field for every cell in your body. And this is how it reproduces. So when you put a unit in front, you allow the formation to come in. If you change this finger to a knee, when you get a blown up amputation, you walk over a mine, people walk with the sticks for the rest of their life. We are thinking and we bring into operation to do this with the new amputations. This technology will be sent as a gift to the Iranian nation in the coming weeks, for the mines which were set in south of Iran by Iraqis during the Iran war. It will be sent to the Iraqi government for their people who go through the same. We are all one race. And we let them, at a point of operation, young child losing limb, walking over a landmine which was planted 30 years ago, in Africa, in Mozambique and the rest, we are infiltrating into Africa very heavily from now on. Infiltrating to teach the technology. We would like to see how many governments refuse this. Total cost, less than 1 cent to produce this material. We are not talking about millions. This place, to save a man, a child, from limping, from disability of lifetime, is 1 cent. Now we have opened the production As you know, if you do not know, I announce it now that you understand. We have called for 10 nations manufacturing to come into operation from Tuesday of next week. We have called for a meeting of them, which means instead of going and say Keshe Foundation in Holland is producing, attacking us all, we produce in 10 nations at the same time all the systems of the Keshe Foundation. The medical, the agriculture, the health, the energy. In the coming days, Keshe Foundation will announce the Blueprint website. The Blueprint website is for the companies, organizations around the world, not for individuals. Because of the reasons we have at this moment of time, we are not opening it to individuals. For the Keshe Foundations around the world who have the structure to start manufacturing. So by the end of September, it's not Keshe Foundation as you buy the energy system from. You buy from 10, 15 Keshe Foundations around the world the energy system. Health unit, the pens, the pads, these plates, all will be supplied across the Keshe Foundation team. They carry the flag of the Keshe Foundation, is the trust of the knowledge in the new technology. So we do not go to fight nation by nation, authority by authority. We make it available across the world to whole humanity. We produce in Africa, we produce in South America, we produce in Europe, we produce in China, we produce in Thailand, in Philippines. That is for people's decision what to do with it. Is available across the world. So technology from this week is opened up internationally. We cannot be stopped. We have become a force in science that our force is to serve humanity. If less than $1 can save a life of misery, I'm prepared to go to prison for it. If a child can have a leg which got blown up by the mine, which Vatican paid for it in Iran, I'm prepared to go to prison for life, that the child has a life of leg. It's gift of life. It's our responsibility to stand for what we believe in. From Tuesday, the Keshe Foundation worldwide team will set up factories to produce. We know a number of you are ready. If you are a manufacturer, we will not respond to single people. You have to be an organization who can put into production a full production of the technology. You have to have a Keshe Foundation registered in your country, that the company which produces it, 51% of its shareholding is by the foundation, that the income from the foundation, from the manufacturing side, allows to open universities, allows to give free system to people, that we bring the technology to masses in one go. No one has ever done this, and this is done for 10 years of hard work, 2 or 3 years of hard work by you people to bring the knowledge to where it is. We've seen the correctness of technology by Washington University. And if that is correct, this is a backbone of the technology, so the rest is correct too. On Tuesday, if you have to touch webmaster. We are not giving access to no individuals to build whatever. Keshe Foundation initially will give a blueprint access to organizations which can commercialize rapidly, and the shareholding of the organization has to be 51% owned by the Keshe Foundation of that nation. That they have the control, they cannot sell the technology afterwards, and we homogenize all the prices around the world, because we explain very clearly, the system we are selling for 500, it costs us 50, 20, 30 euro, we use for support of everything you see, more research, more development. The rest we make units and give freely to the people around the world. Does not become the technology of elite. It becomes a technology of humanity. If you are in Mexico, we have a number of companies approaching us. Come together as one group, we give you access to the Blueprint Bank. Boeing, Lockheed Martin, NASA, Russian Space Agency, Iranian Space Agency, You're welcome to the Blue Bank. The blueprint is yours. As long as you use it to serve humanity and bring it back in. Anything is produced by any Keshe Foundation, anything produced by anyone around the world which can serve humanity through the Technology Keshe Foundation, from next week goes in the blueprint. Can be accessed by nations, by governments, by organizations who are part of the Keshe Foundation. You have one Keshe Foundation, you want to send 10 different companies in that nation, we support you. The technology is so huge that not a single factory, single person can support it. There is a big problem. The problem is 7 billion humans on this planet. That's your problem. And not one person can claim to be the owner of everything. I don't do as an inventor, I don't do as someone who created it. So it gives no one the same right. From Tuesday, you will see mass production of technologies in September, October deliveries. You can go to the Keshe Foundation website. If they carry the Keshe Foundation logo on their product with a flag of the nation or the language of the nation, you understand, you can trust. It's not that we are not going to make failures, we are not going to make mistakes. We have made a lot of mistakes, and a lot of mistakes will be made because we are a bunch of people who want to serve, and the problem is we are in such a hurry to serve that we will make mistakes. And it's our right to make mistakes. And it's our right to correct it when we know. I explained to you in the coming days we show. Today, later on, we have a man who for 15 years has been hidden for confirming part of the work which we have shown last week. Today we're going to change the course of humanity for good. I explained to you why. The reason is very simple. Up to today, since man could walk on 2 legs, then he managed to use the animals with 4 legs for them to carry the load. And then, as they say, the biggest invention of humanity has been the wheel. Man has relied on the wheel. You have a car, you need a wheel. You want to carry things, you need a wheel. To be able to fly, you need a wheel, otherwise you can't land. Wheel has become the biggest invention for humanity. From today, motion through plasma becomes the change of the course. From today, man becomes independent of the wheels and relies on the sphere. The sphere of the plasma. The sphere of the work of the plasma, the way the universe does. We have not seen wheels on no planet anywhere in the universe. Today, I show you, I teach you how, you've all been sitting watching it, how to create a dynamic plasma more or less without containment. I do not go all the way without containment, but you will take it in coming days. In the teaching of yesterday, in the plasma teaching which Rick organizes, we've seen how Mr. Ali Hussein from Turkey in Cyprus explained to us part of what we already shown last week. From now on, we go and use the plasma to create motion from the spherical shape of the plasma, from radiating energy. Last week, I explained to you and I showed to you something very, very simple. I said to, and I showed it, how you can make a spaceship out of 3 reactors. This is very simple. Some of you, I have to get my camera sorted. I have a problem with this camera. One day I get it right, if it's not too late. So what you have a plasma Let me turn this down because I try to see what I do. If this is a plasma you have, we show 3 bases. And we said interaction of these plasmas will create the dome, what you call a spaceship. Rick, can we have the first picture with 3 dots we showed last week?
First picture.
I think Vince has it in the profile.
I don't have.
Yeah, I was going to ask Rick, did you ever get those pictures, or do I still have them?
No,
you still have them.
I didn't get.
Okay, let me just get them up real quick here for you, Mr. Keshe. Just keep talking, please.
Yeah. So what happened is we showed how the new structure of motion has come into operation for humanity. You don't need to have materials to build up aircrafts. You use from now on the energy of the plasma by the interaction of the plasmas to create tangibility. You see 3 red dots on the front, on the ground. The way you understand is these are the 3 reactors. And you hope that the interaction of these 3 reactors will create the structure of the spaceship. Can we have the next page, please? The next picture with the half circle at the bottom. Yeah. But the problem with this is, how do you start these 3 red dots, the 3 reactors, moving? How do you, if you put a plasma on the floor, it doesn't do anything. It has to be a dynamic plasma, which the interaction between the fields of these 3 reactors creates slowing down of the fields, which leads to tangibility. You cannot fly in the air. How can we create a dynamic plasma without the wheels, without the motor? We can rotate it. We put it on another what I call a wheel. We call it a motor. All it is, instead of having a wheel at the end, we put a core on top of it. That's what we've done up to now. But all the purpose, all the work for creating motion in the plasma has been on the back of rotating the plasma with a motor, again another sphere, another energy source. In the universe, we don't see any motors. How does a galaxy start in the universe? How does a planet start in the universe? That is interaction leads to the motion of the creation of a matter to become a planet or a star and then rotate. I showed you the system 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. And none of you understood. You just looked at it because you're so hungry for energy that you missed the game. Let me explain to you for the first time how you create motion for the plasma. And when you create the motion for a plasma, then you do not need wheels. As a lot of people who are close to me, they know, we call human race the 4-wheelers. Nowhere else in the universe wheels ever been used. But humans decided this is the way they want to go. So you have developed technologies around wheels. Universe works on plasma. Position of the plasma. Plasma has 2 things. It has an entry and it has an exit. Plasma is a magnet. It says my screen is upside down. Okay, let me see. Can you guide me how to make my screen other way around, Vince?
I think it's just because you have it overhead and it's turned in a specific way.
Can I turn it? Okay, let's do it. I'm going to be 1 second. You got to bear with me. I'm going to change it.
Yeah, can you flip it around maybe?
I flipped it around. There we are.
There you go.
There we go. Okay, humanity has joined camera. Okay, let me get this done. Sorry about this. Usually Marco does these things so quick. So, there he goes. Now
For all
Marco is
those
not
that are
here.
taking notes, the arrows go in the other direction now, and don't design your saucer with it going the other way, because you might run into
Oh, you're like running upside down. Let me tie myself down. I have a beautiful strap here, and just bear with me. This is what we said. We are not ashamed of making mistakes, so we can show it in an easy way. Just securing it that it doesn't fall. Okay, we're coming to the extreme extent that we get the maximum coverage. Am I upside down now, or am I correct?
No, it looks good.
Looks good. Oh, it's as ugly as me. So now we come this way. The field has an entry and field has an exit. But in fact, it's still a plasma. It's still.
Hold on.
Pardon?
I just want to say something so that other people that maybe don't understand. You put several reactors together, and energy fields that are released from the reactors, they come and create a cascading vortex and manifest a physical reality. So maybe they understand a little more.
It's okay. It's your explanation. You're not wrong.
But I'm trying to explain to the people who are listening. Sometimes people don't understand it totally. So.
Yeah, that's why we teach together. That's good. Thanks very much, Brad. So the position is that the interaction of these plasmas next to each other, a number of them, will create interaction of the fields on either side, in every direction. And if in these interactions, in a section, leads to a slowing down of these fields here to be in a matter state, then it appears, manifests itself as a matter at that point. When we put a number of reactors in a position, these reactors, we have somebody has started screen sharing. Why do we need this? We get this understanding of these fields interacting with each other at that so many fields crossing each other at the same time creates the losses that they give a physical tangibility to the matter. So we see structure. Because in this zone, the field interaction is enough that creates tangibility. This is how, in a specific way, different form, the 3 layers of the body of the man on the skin creates the illusion of the physicality of your skin with the hairs on it. Your physicality is nothing but illusion of the interaction of the fields to a state of matter. Your physical structure is in a Ganser state, is in a plasma state. So, if you understood this, we go to the next step to understand. The question goes, if I leave 3 reactors here on the floor, all of you have it, you got it on the base, how many of you have managed to see your 3 reactor base create any tangibility? Even though you stuck them on a motor and you rotated them. None of you up to now have confirmed tangibility. The reason being is that the tangibility of the matter is blocked by the matter itself. Your reactors allow the fields above matter to go out, but the fields within the matter zone are attracted back to itself. That's why none of you have seen tangibility. So how do we come to get tangibility? For us to rotate, we needed the motors. We had these motors. We needed to rotate it somehow. In the universe, as I said, there is no motor. How do we create tangibility? How do we bring reality, the creation of the system that it can encompass us, can contain us, but at the same time, we have the freedom of the move. Our skin moves, but it's still tangible. Give the illusion of tangibility. Our bone is nothing but bunch of ganses, but it gives us the illusion of the physicality of the hard bone. How do we achieve this? How can we create rotating plasma without any motors? That now we become a step closer to the work of the universe than the wheels of the man. I always go with one of my favorite quotes from Marco, gradient. Yesterday teaching I said this as well. Motion comes through the conversion and loss and creation of gradient. If you have the same level, there is no motion for plasma. But if in plasma, part of the plasma has to reach a different strength, the flow of the plasma from higher strength to lower strength create a motion of the field. How have you managed? How can you manage to create such a motion? If you go back, all of you have seen the motion manufacturing system plasma in the last day of the teaching in training, in Valletta. I showed it to you, but none of you had the standstill point to understand. I showed you 3 systems for motion and control of a plasma without the need for motors. Because the purpose of all these reactors we built, all these motors we put in, was to create motion of the plasma, nothing else. We wanted to make the plasma dynamic, not the motors, not the cores. How do we create this? How does it done? And how did the system which we showed you has created this? Because once you can create the gradient, once you can create the motion of the plasma, then the plasmas will move in the right position of their own, where they are comfortable, and in the atmospheric condition of the earth lead to tangibility. Or anywhere in the universe, as long as you have a higher gradient in respect to your environmental plasma condition of the matter. How did they do? What did you miss in the show and in the shows in past few days? The show was a magic, a very beautiful magic. Look, and I said in the teaching yesterday, if you kick yourselves, it's your problem, not mine. I showed it to you, you didn't see it. But I'm not a magician to hide things. I put it so much in front of you that you cannot believe it. I'll show you what. I've seen a lot of you on the internet are doing it, but you don't understand what you're doing. I created for you a spring. And then I created for you another spring. I call this the gravitational spring, which is always stronger. And I call this one the magnetical spring. And all of you, I've seen you're making it. You're all busy making the springs. But, boys, you missed the point. You were looking at this. I was looking in this environment. I'm looking for this. I'm looking for this. You look at the tangibility. I looked at the plasma motion. You were busy with this, but the world works on this. The universe works on this. So, now boys, listen very carefully. Or ladies. As I said, statistically we have very few ladies, but the ladies are the best scientists I know. So, now what happened? This is reactor 1. This is reactor 2. This is reactor 3. You have GaNs of plasmas in there, but you can't rotate it because GaN's still half a step between the matter state and the plasma state. Listen, Armin, you received a picture from Armin? He sent you some spring coils?
Yep.
Can we have it on, please?
Sure, no problem. Just a moment. I want the first one, you mean?
I don't know, I haven't seen them. I'm like you, I'll be blind. I'll see what you send me. I trust Armin has sent the right things.
I haven't seen them yet either, so I just downloaded them.
Okay, this is a coil, a flat coil I presume he made. Look at this coil. There is no difference between this coil, and if you allow my screen to come out, can you show the screen? My screen? There is no difference between that coil and the environment of this area. With the spring tangibility, you dictate the attachment of the plasma to the matter state. Can you go to the next picture? Now you see Armin has made two from two ends of the same wire, two springs. Can we have the next one, please? Nah, we don't want this. Not mine, Armin's. Then he twists and opens up the springs, and you see it gives you a sphere shape. Now, can we have the next picture, please? Now, before he opens the spring, he puts another spring, the same sphere, slightly smaller, inside each other. So you have two sphere insert, what do you call it? One is captured by the other one. Can we have the next one, please? This is what you see, the next one? Yeah, you see the two now go inside each other. The next one, please. Next one.
No.
That's it?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So what is done, he's put, let's go back to the one which are two inside each other. Can you go back a couple of pictures from Armin?
It's one picture. The last one, Rick.
Good morning, Armin. You're still asleep.
Yes.
Okay. Can we have the picture which the two are inside each other?
You're talking about this one?
The small one.
The one hanging. Yeah, the one which is
the one
hanging inside each other. Okay. This is your new reactor, gentlemen. This is your, what I call, new way, at least partially till you'll be able to go to the next step, to create a reactor that partially you can see tangibility. How do you create motion in such a thing as standing still? How create plasma in such a thing that you can hold it? Very simple. Nano-coat your material. Nano-coat both spheres while they're inside each other or separately, and put them inside each other and nano-coat it again. But where does a plasma come from? How do you create a plasma inside what to you looks like a hollow thing? The whole universe is hollow. The whole universe works by interaction of the fields. The inner sphere becomes your gravitational ring. The outer sphere becomes your magnetical field. And because you have nano-coated material, they contain plasma inside. They create their own plasma, But how do you do it without rotation? How do you create a rotation in that minimal space inside that is dynamic and you have to trust it is? Very simple. Very, very simple. Place this. Can we go back to my drawing, please? Place your spheres, which we just seen, between your rings. Magnetical, gravitational. Gravitational has a stronger field, magnetical, weaker field. Connect your system to create a plasmatic current flow. And the way you saw with Alex, you connected the two there. So now the fields have to create stronger field converting to a slower. My friends, you have created the anti-clock rotation of the plasma in the coils. If you can create a dynamic variation of the drainage of energy in a plasmatic form, you change the speed of the rotation of the plasma. Because part of the fields going from this way and part of the fields going in there, in this environment interacting, creates plasmatic field exactly as we did with the 3 cores. You start creating plasma out of the structure of plasmas. Then what's going to happen? If you look at this and you understand this, go back on my teaching of last week. I told you, don't expect to make an aircraft 200 meter long, wide. You start with 1 or 2 centimeters. When you position your reactors in this configuration, inside your rings, and you let it run by draining plasma energy, not by putting current through it, that the gradient sits this way up, because gravitational is stronger than magnetical, where the flow is this way. So what's going to happen? You start creating dynamic motion in your reactors. The way you came and understood the position of the rotation of 129 Tesla, you start seeing rotation in your material, in your cores like this. But the beauty of it is, I explained to you in a very simple way. I'm going to draw you a flat version. The flat version, I'm going to make it like a transparent that you can see. This is cross-section from the coils and the cores. This is your coils, outside coil. This is your inside, this is your magnetical coil, this one. I draw inside you, inside, but they are the same height, the same size copper wires, but coiled. This is your magnetical. And if you look, this is your reactors sitting here. Now you are creating a dynamic field in these reactors. Good morning. So what's going to happen? The field motion in these coils will come to operation this way. You got to be patient. Take your time. Very, very slowly. Take time as much as you can. Let it build up. Because don't forget, the nanomaterials themselves create a plasma flow with the interaction of the 3 other rings. Then what happens? In time, you will see a fascinating movement. That's yours, that's not mine. I think so, unless it's no problem. Sorry. I've taken over somebody's office, so they're trying to accommodate me. So, what happens? Now, a strange thing will happen. you will see, if you can make this position hanging from a table, you will see this. These three reactors will start moving down. Excuse me, Arman, we love your Armenian language, but can you mute it, please? So what you do, you find out that because the three rings, don't forget, you're looking at a ring. If I can draw it here, you're looking at another ring, and you're looking at your three reactors in the angle. So what happens? These fields have to find their position in respect to each other, and these fields have to find their position. You find your reactors will move themselves to lower position. So now you have created a field condition, and when they move to a lower position, you usually find one of them will not accept this position till very last. So the plate, your cores, will move down to their own position, and now you have the two layers of the skin of the man. One layer is these reactors, one layer is your ring, and what happens? How do you create the third layer to give it tangibility? Very simple. When you made your rings, I keep on telling you, and even Armin and others you will see, we keep you in the position of the magnetical, gravitational, and the magnetical. And then you have your three cores. You should do another thing. You place the fourth core in the middle on the same plane. So, in fact, if you look at this, here, you have a core sitting in the background behind the other, in this position. This is the fourth core sitting inside the circle as you see it. If you look at the cross section, this is where it is. What happens with the fourth core here is that the fourth core, by the law of physics in atomic structure, moves upwards and finds a new position. Now you find this becomes the boundary of your craft, this becomes the basis, and now you got your dome. Three layers of the fields. This is how you make the structure. And you find out, because of the positioning of the rings, you get tangibility of the physicality of the bone, very much like this. So now you create the bone structure. The platform, the base, and this is the true plasma star formation without any reactor tangibility. So now the step is, do we allow the rings to interfere to create the plasma condition? But don't forget, because of the positioning of the reactors, all these plasmas stay highly dynamic, but imbalanced dynamic in respect to each other. This is why, can we have the picture of the third picture of the system we showed last week, please, Vince?
Yeah, just one moment, please.
Okay. Now you see the positioning. The inner dots are the gravitational ring. The outer dots are magnetical ring. And when you create the right fields, the three reactors which are in 120 degrees drop down to find a balance between the lot. It's a magnetic gravitational positioning. And if you have loaded, if you have made a homogeneous nano coating of your copper coil, you'll find the position will be flat. So you have a plant, and then you find a third one up, and strange enough, you see this central disk, which is the white one. Can I go on my touch screen, please? Let me see.
Yeah, you shouldn't have a problem.
Okay. I'm gonna go on draw. I choose this one that I can go. Okay. So what you will see is that the reactor which was here moved down here. The reactor which was somewhere here has moved to the third leg there, and the reactor which was somewhere here comes to here. And then the reactor which was, yeah, I'm going to change the color. Let me change the color. Blue. Then the reactor which is here, the fourth reactor in the center, will move up somewhere here. And your dome gets completed. 3 layers of the skin of the man. But the middle layer, which is here, this middle layer has an important function to play. Then, because it has an important function to play, it becomes the bone structure of the body. You can build another layer on top of this, 2 big layers. You can make a layer here the same, a layer here the same, as long as falls within the structure of the fourth reactor. This is very important as we understand the totality. This is how you create plasma reactors, spaceship, without any matter. And that's why I said start with a few centimeters and build it up, because then you can follow the whole structure backwards. So if you listen to the talk we did yesterday, you will see that I explained how you can literally add to it. You bring the ring, 12 rings further out. By bringing it out, you expand your dome. So now you see how simply I have brought you through step by step of producing a tangible entity out of the fields of the plasma. This is why when we show that platform with Marco, I explained to you this is one of the most significant systems you'll ever see. This is the alphabet of the foundation. And then with the springs next to it, which are hanging, the 2 springs, I showed a spring version. All of you looked for the energy for it. That was the beginning of the end of the use of matter. Now man has the knowledge to work without motors. If you go back to the teachings of the medical teachings, the first 2 or 3 or so, when we talked about the bone and we talked about the skin of the man, you will see the same structure. You see the same process. If you look at the structure of the tangible planetary and galaxy, you see the same structure. Now you understand? By creating, by showing you how to make these rings, the intention was not energy. The intention was the flow of magnetic field from one to another, a continuous flow. Everything is nano-coated, so it's only in a field state, plasmatic field state. And by draining it, which you were looking for energy, I created a continuous change that it creates rotation. in the course. That was the secret. That was none of you ever could go and do. So when you want to create a plasma from now on to be dynamic to make your reactors, if you understood this, you will not use the coils, which we just shown with Armin. You put in this position a dot of nano GaNs. If you can do that, then the dot, because it creates a field of itself, it makes you a plasma without any boundary. And when the field strength is correct, the three positions, the three dots will fall down, the top dot will go up, you have your spacecraft. Because the energy balance will come into operation. If you look at the system, which, do you have a picture of the hanging cords in the teaching of the last day of the teaching in the foundation in Valletta?
Yeah, I've been looking for it. I thought I seen it on Facebook around, and I've been looking for it. Does anybody else have that picture, Sandor? I think maybe it was on your profile.
So if you look now, I have shown you a total spring, and next to it hanging in pieces of a string with added pieces connected to each other. If you mix the two together, then you have both energy and creation of the free plasma.
Okay, I found it. I'll put it up in a sec.
Please. So what happens in this drawing and in what we're going to see, you will see we'll have all the information.
This is what you're talking about, Mr.
Yes,
Keshe?
thank you very much. Yes, that's perfect. I'm going to go on my pen. I love this pen. It gives me a lot of freedom. You see these beads here. I have to draw here, go on this, and pick up, let's say, blue. Here, these beads in 6 and 12, 6 inside, 12 outside, and these rings, when they're done the right way, you create a faster free plasma condition. But you have to pinpoint where you want your free plasmas to be. In fact, if you, in some teachings before I indicated it, but as you were not aware of the knowledge, you did not understand. This is very much like when a diamond is created. Diamond has a seed which explodes like a popcorn. By putting these here, you put the seed of the popcorn, and the popcorn grows up to be a plasma, a free plasma. This is why when you chew on the popcorn, it's soft outside, but you get to the center. So you don't need to have the reactors which Armin showed us. You need to position a seed, get your transfer of energy from the gravitational magnetic field beads into gravitational magnetic fields of the energy. There is a way which we have devised that instead of carrying this with us, now with the team are working in the background, we place this one inside this one. So you don't have two cores next to each other like this. One became magnetical, one becomes gravitational. But now with two pipes, two springs going inside each other. Armin, do you have one of the ones you made, the long one you were talking about, you were showing me? Armin?
Not with me.
Can you go on your live? You're not somebody can show the two you made, you could put inside each other?
I don't have it with me, but maybe in 5-10 minutes.
We'll wait, because it's important. If you could get it, please. So what we've done with placing this inside this, what I mean, and let me change it that you can see it. By okay, come down, boy. by placing this one here inside this one, we have confined it, the gravitational to constant pressure of magnetical as a tube. So what we done, we have put this one inside this one. What they call like a coaxial tube spring. And when you put them in, you have the property of this structure with the property of this structure together. You bring the two together. Oh, I wish I could use my mouse. Let me see. Let me see if I'm better with the mouse. Hello, the mouse. No, I don't have it. It's on the other machine. So what happens is that you have, guys, I need writing pads on the computer. You know, it makes it easier. Now we've gone this far. Instead of using paper, we need, yeah?
I'm on it.
So you're on it. So I'll have a gift when you arrive, you mean?
At some point in the future, give us, right?
Okay, no problem.
What about just a blank text sheet as a white page to draw?
Yeah, no, it's just writing for me as a pen. It'll be much easier. I have it somewhere, but with moving it's somewhere in the stock, in pallets. So what happens is that you will get the advantage of both systems, where you create gravitational magnetic field in this combination as a double layer, and then because then you make two of them, you put two double core inside each other, and each one makes a magnetical and one makes a gravitational. Now you have a very strong field to build up your plasma free tangible system. First time man ever has managed to do it. You will see it. It takes a lot of experience. You need time. Do not get disappointed if you don't make it, because most of the time the energy of these plasmas you place, the seeds of popcorn you put in, becomes part of the structure of the whole magnetic gravitational field. We have developed with the team in the background, which I'm working with, a different structure, which we will show. It'll be going to the energy producing as a blueprint for everyone to produce worldwide. In that structure, what you see here now is a double core. I've lost it. I'm going back on my thing. So you have an interface of the plasmas. The gradient, I lost my writing capabilities on my pad.
Sorry, sorry, I just had to
camera.
start it again. Just a moment.
Okay, no problem. So what we see is the field interaction here. It's not so easy. Okay, so the field interaction between here and here, where both create gravitational magnetic field in respect to each other. You call this one the Earth ring, you call this the Sun ring. The field interaction between these two here, going across each other, with you putting a seed in this position, you see how the plasma gathers around it, and you make your free plasma without tangibility, because the seed sits in the center of the popcorn. But that seed cannot be in a matter state, because then you have the same problem as your cores as you had up to now. You have to develop a condition that the GaNs and the nanomaterials here in this section have capability to have tangibility, but not influencing the fields. And then you find out your fourth reactor somewhere here will move out to balance with these three reactors in the base. So the lift is achieved. At the same time, what has happened, the flow between these two rings, here and here, gives you the power which you see here is connected to this board here. In a way, we are here. So your system creates field motion, and your system at the same time creates energy. This is the habit of the universal system. Then, when this happens, the interaction between the 4 reactors, and now this becoming your base, it gives you the shape. It gives you the structure bottom, the structure top, and it gives you the field. That's what I said on the 15th of September in the university. We will show this. There's a point which I was supposed to remember, I forgot in my old age, is that please, those who want to come to Barletta for the 15th of September for the development of the structure, you have to register. You cannot turn up. We have a security at all gates. You have to fill in the form for development of the right on it, for the development of the structure of the craft. We have to accept you. If you receive invitation, you'll be accepted. As usual, with the present situation with the King of Belgium, we do not allow any Belgians or anyone connected to the Belgian structure of government or scientists to enter the facilities. This is for security of all the other people, as well as me and my family and the people who work within the institute. We do not accept, we would not allow any Belgian citizen, Belgian passport holder, or security check anyone connected to the Belgian authorities or government within the structure of the university and institute. It's not your fault. You have to change the regime in your country, have it up to Peter files, then you're welcome to the family of Keshe Foundation. We have to isolate you the way we don't understanding and declarations and the rest of you till we feel happy that our children and our lives are safe. You cannot turn up or come because you said so. Yes, you are free to come, but you have to fill in a form. We know how many people, how they come, what they bring on. We don't want audience. We want people who can come in and add to the knowledge, to the structure. You will not be allowed in the building of the university. You'll be given a separate building. You operate on your own. Foundation will not cover any cost of it. We give you the space, the knowledge, the backup, but it stays independent. There is a reason for this. You will understand in time. So I know there's a group of 500 who are planning to go to United States to build a spaceship. Here, we give you the facility to do it, and in time we'll receive the support of the other governments to do it as well. We're negotiating with a number of governments in the background to facilitate building of these structures, at least in 4 locations in different continents. So you don't need to come to Barletta. But it all depends on the approval we receive from the presidents and the king of the nations, what the facilities they make available for the foundation to be in. So you can do this in a very simple way, and most of you which you have built these systems, you can start doing it on your tabletop. You don't need to rely on us to teach you more or whatever. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring in what I call a scientist. We listened to him yesterday from Cyprus, and he will explain to you how the physical tangibility has been made by him. He is to me a valuable asset to the foundation, and in a way he will be heading the space development. We have invited him as part of the Keshe Foundation family. We have committed for him for his accommodation and move to Italy, and we will see how this will go. But this gentleman understands the Tesla. We listened to his background yesterday. He has a clear background in what he's speaking about. Link, Vince, can you put a link that people, if they want to listen to his teaching yesterday, that we can see?
You don't want that right now, right? You just want the link to the plasma group. Is that right?
Yeah, but the yesterday's plasma group that people can listen to it or whatever.
Okay, Rick, did you want to provide that to people in the chat?
Because I asked it not to be put on, and I saw this morning, I was listening myself, somebody has put it on, so it's no different. So at least we can tell people.
I don't have a recording of it other than the edited version, which I haven't released yet.
It's on the live stream. Somebody has
That's
put
right.
Oh
that.
yeah, it's on live stream. That's right.
Yeah, somebody has loaded on the live stream. Yeah, I know. And I said I don't want it to go
I'm
public.
sorry, I didn't take it off the live stream. I
So about 1,200 people have already listened to it while it was not known. Okay. If you bring Mr. Ali on, let him explain. He explained his background to us. We ask him to explain to us the knowledge again that you understand. Mr. Ali, would you like to come on and explain to us the structure with the Turkish government and everything else you've done, and how you come to the situation in developing the tangible system as you see it, or the invisible system as you see it? I go on mute.
Good afternoon from Europe time, EU time, and good morning or good evening, wherever you are, for all listeners. So, my name is Ali Muhammad Musa. I'm Turkish Cypriot. Nearly 15 years ago, accidentally, I had to contact with one government. I don't want to pronounce this name as every time, because I think they don't like this. Was I start this experiment like hobby, because I'm electrician and electronics. I educate on this. Then after, in my off day at home, in my garage, I start to playing with the technology. Was from beginning my target to build some free energy, like how we call him, for Searle, for John Searle effect, or is a Tesla cars, how is moving without taking any energy from the out, or burn anything. It doesn't burn anything, and he's driving this car for about, I think I'm not wrong, about nearly 2 years or something, without any petrol charge, any electric charging, nothing. So it was come to me as very interesting. I said, okay, let's be seeing how he could to do this. That was I tried to build a Searle effect generator. But at this time I'm very, how to say, is empowered by financially, and I couldn't go to buy neodymium. It's not neodymium magnet, it's neodymium. And after I think, can I positioning is one plasma globe? How we can buy or in shops for like toys. They spread inside moving a plasma. And I know plasma you cannot keep it in the glass sphere. Around of the sphere, you can collect, if you know how you could to do this, you can collect energy. And I'm positioning this globe in the middle of Searle effect generator. And I take something. I positioning in the middle. But it was not enough. They doesn't give me exactly what I want. But after I start working with the Tesla coil, I build a lot of Tesla coil. They were different, how to say, different version. And after one day, I start to watching one movie, like a documentary about UFO. After I think, can I build this? It's possible to delay the gravity, because it was always I carry a magnet with me, and I like to play with the magnets. And this magnet, if you bring together, this is not a flat, it was a round, and I broke this because of the jumping each other, attract each other very fastly, and when they punch it, they broke. So if you bring a close, same polarity, I mean, I don't want to using this north or south anyway. They start to repel each other. They start to push. But there's a funny things. In this magnet have some power to keeping a distance. They don't want to come each other, come closer to join. When you leave these magnets, if this magnet have this power, they must start to floating, start to flying. But no, when you're living, it fell down because of gravity. And I start to think okay, if two magnets can pushing each other, we can create some effect like gravity effect to push each other to gravity effect. If we could to do this, we can fly, we can get lift by the mentally. Then after I start to searching, I'm diving in internet for surf, for everything. I'm trying to collect information. What I'm found doesn't matter. Is have connection with my idea or not, doesn't matter. I collect everything. And I try to read everything, what I found, what I can. This situation is this searching period of times, moving nearly 1 or 1.5 years. At the same time, I have one met cousin. He's like me, I'm mad as well. Anyway. And we started working with him. He is also an electrician. Then after I found one thing is very interesting to me. I don't know if this camera can showing this. Is it here? Is this formula is a wrong, was a wrong from the beginning. If you have to get this, I don't know how. I'm online. Hello.
Yeah, we can see you. Yeah, no problem here, Ali.
Okay. But you can. I think you can see it closer.
Yeah, it looks good when you hold it in closer. That's right.
Okay, because I want to show this for which people can understand from this. Because we have many people, housewife, carpenter,
Holding
cooker,
it
whatever.
better. Just
Yeah,
if you
if you hold it still, Ali, hold it in one position first and let it focus on that, and then move to the next part. Maybe 4 parts of the paper. Yeah. Maybe a little bit closer.
How's now?
You can pretty much see that. I think people could get the information off that.
It's fairly clear. You got to move it a little. You got to move it a little bit back. Just a little bit further back. A little bit. No, too far back. Come forward. Come forward. What we're going to do, we're going to get a snapshot of this screen and we post it. Okay?
Okay.
That's the best way. Okay, carry on.
So, and after I start to playing with the capacitor, because I get some information from hidden information from one country's patent office, and somebody's bring me some patents, and when I start to read this patent, I said, okay, we have possibility to do something with this idea. And I decide to build one craft, one machine. I'm calling a machine this.
Don't
craft.
be a chicken. Call it a craft. Don't call it a machine.
Okay, it's a craft. Okay. Then is very much a huge amount of money by my economical powers, because it was I'm working that time, was I have my own business that time, and was I have a financial possibility to spending this money. Then I go and I build one craft like this. And this craft was when I'm playing, when I'm testing with a 60 centimeters diameter, was one small like maquette, because okay, it was I have money, but I don't want to build one big one is 7 meter how to say diameters. No, this is not we don't need this, because it's an idea you can build in 10 centimeters diameter or 200 or 2 kilometers. Its work way is exactly the same. Is no change, nothing. This craft, what you're seeing here, is a 2 plate. They'll go to closing one on the other, but the opposite position. Here. Wait, I don't want to show you my ugly fingers. I'm using a pencil. So, craft building material was, first I tried to build using a fiberglass, and then I'm covering with aluminium foil on, then again I'm polish it with the epoxy, but it was not good because I don't have enough figure metal. After I understand, I must using metal sheets, metal plate figure, and how much figure you go by mass, this effect you can get is more effect. For example, if you're using a 1 millimeters, I'm talking about example, if you have to get 10, but if you're using a 10 centimeters, you have a huge effect you can get because of a capacitor effect. Between these 2 plates, we have isolator here, not to give a chance to touching each other's two part of, I'm calling dishes. So here what you're seeing, between these 2 plates, you can using a glass or mica or whatever. Anyway, I using a mica plate. Here what you're seeing, like around, like I'm calling this torus, was here. What we're seeing here now, we have here two opposite Tesla coil, but double winding, one inner and one outer here. One, this like a rings, what you see is the same time is positioning out here and here, and the same rings we have is downstairs also, down plate, down dish. This one, I don't know if, I think is who's moving with the scientists, with the physics, they can understand it. Cyclotron accelerator. And here also we have a three balls, a positioning 120 degrees angle between them. And in this ball also we have small size from this. What happens when you go to using this? You can manipulate it, you can change a polarity from up or to down, or from down to up. And this coil was a positioning in the middle of craft here as a big one. When you're running these coils in the middle one, you start to spread out from upstairs the electron. Then this is my thing, this is my idea, because we were talking for about 15 years ago what we will go to doing this. Here we have a opposite polarization, electrons is positron. They will come out. But I put it here two opposite arrows like this because you can changing up and down and up for the polarity. Because you have here is two opposite coil. When you start to getting this flux out, this direction will go in this way, and this polarity will go down. But we must take it, bring each other's two sides, and to create this shielding around. This is how we can see this, like maybe in this line is outline, it will come like a columbaria. How was we calling it? A round of ship. A round of craft. It means this flux we must taking and we must curving to the, giving a direction to the come down to found each other's electron and positron to the closer circle. I tried many ways before. I tried many things, but I couldn't do this. Till I'm positioning these rings here around like cyclotron. To turning this field, it can giving direction this field to come to closer circle. I have another joining. I hope can I count? Wait a minute. Around this. I think it's here somewhere here. So, what's doing a cyclotron? People can see this?
Yeah, it's clear. You can carry on.
Okay. But it's funny things. what I didn't know, I don't have any information about cyclotron, how it's working, and blah blah blah. And I started. I found myself. I educate. I'm learning. I'm learning. I'm educating for quantum physics. I found myself in quantum physics. Anyway, when I get enough information about on that, after I start to think, I start to search what material can I accelerate it in the cyclotron. The main rules, you must using a diamagnetic material for in this, like radium. For me, is like single person, like one single, how to say, standard electrician man, where I can find this radium. Anyway, I tried potassium. It's exactly fiasco. It's magnesium, no. But I started using hydrogen. Because hydrogen is nice gas. I like a hydrogen. And after I start to build some electrolyzer system, you can get 6 liters per minute clean pure hydrogen gas. Then anyway, I storage this and I start to using. But also I couldn't get exactly effect what I want. And after somebody, I don't want to pronounce his name or his position, he bring me one information to using a mercury. Mercury gas.
Let me add to this, Ali. We have a Dr. Antonio in the Institute as part of the Master Knowledge Seekers, Italian.
Yes.
Who actually brought us the mercury reactor which he built, but he says is lifted, levitated. So we are partially familiar with the use of mercury in levitation. You come into the Institute. He tried it.
I couldn't get your voice, sorry, excuse me.
We have a scientist called Dr. Antonio, Italian.
Yes.
His master is in the master group, and he has tested mercury levitation, and he has achieved it. And he does different tests with us now in the institute. He has explained to us. He brought us the cores with the mercury in it, which he used for levitation. So we are familiar with the use of mercury in achieving levitation and how it. I explained the problem with the mercury, that it carries the 3 states of matter at the same time as much as the hydrogen does, but it goes into, because of the conversion from the gas to liquid and the solid, it creates its own GANs. And that's why it behaves. It's actually partially GANs state. And just the sideline. Let me just something totally on the sideline, nothing to do with what we're talking about. Yeah. Because of this property of the 3 states of the mercury, from the GANs into nano and into the solid state at the same time as the 3 states of matter. When it's used in the injection for the children for immunization, mercury has such a devastating effect on the brain of the children, because in his 3 state of matter conversion, it goes through a GANs state too. So when it reaches the brain, it interacts as a GANs of the matter in the GANs of the brain. So what you say is mercury is one of the elements, and hydrogen, which not only carries the 3 state of matter, it carries the 3 state of the plasma due to rapid conversion. And if you understand this, you can use this in the flight systems very rapidly. But it's not necessary to be used now that we use a free plasma. And this is a problem with the immunization because of this, the application of mercury and its it exists at the same time in sixth state of matter or plasma. And you achieve why they ask you to use mercury is primarily this, and that's why you see effects with mercury. Because it goes, while it's going through the transition into your state, it goes through the gaseous state and the nanomaterial state and a solid state at the same time together. It's one of the elements in the universe which does this. So carry on.
Thank you for information, Mr. Keshe. Thank you. And I'm being very glad if can I found opportunity to working with Mr.
Carry on, please.
Yes, I'm gone. But it's a funny thing when I start to using mercury, my life start to going upside down. Everything. We started going and destroyed everything. All my system, all my psychologically, how to say, feelings, everything, because my mad and stupid cousin, who was we working together, he also have from his side, his father's side, is another nephew. It was his high-level officers in army, and you know, I cannot. It was I now have a possibility to go to found mercury. Okay, hydrogen. I build my system, my electrolyte system. Can I collect? Can I use? But for mercury is difficult, especially like steaming, like a gas condition. You need a lot of chemicals. Apparatus. Even I'm afraid to moving with this. Even and because I now have a chemical knowledge also on chemistry also. Anyway, he decides when we found this problem in front of us, he decided to go to ask help from his officer's cousin. Then after his army come in my job with them feet and legs inside. They diving inside. Then after I lost the control on the situation because when they put them arm and legs in experiment, they tried to directed me to using this technology on submarine or for some military equipment and blah blah blah. Anyway, when I'm going to say no, when I'm coming one level, and when I go to set them no, they finished me. I'm finished. They squeeze me like a lemon. Then after they put me in trash bin.
So now we take you out of the trash bin. You have the institute to work with. So you can inshallah. Carry on with it, inshallah. Inshallah. We have to trust the science than the governments, but at the same time, us as scientists with the government. And this is what I asked you to join us in the institute. But can you elaborate a little bit more on what you explained to us? That what you explained to us yesterday is in public domain now. And so can you explain to us what you said about being inside the sphere, please?
Inside the sphere?
Inside the plasma, what you explained yesterday.
You mean for here?
Yes, where you said you could see different colors.
Yeah.
Okay.
This happened to me when was I playing with my mic.
So explain that to us that we understand how it feels to be inside the plasma as you build it, as you explain it, please.
What you feel when you're being in the middle of plasma?
Explain to us how you built it and how you felt.
Okay.
And the scientific background to it, how you came to do it.
Okay. was when I'm playing on the maquette, a 60 centimeter disc. It was I'm charging, I think it was my fault, and I'm charging a lot high voltage, and they go to burn this coil, because when I'm using for winding a coil, it's normally who's moving with the Tesla coil, they know you must passing you're winding a more than 100. If you don't passing is 100 or 150 winding, you cannot get a resonance effect. And when you go to winding, we winding to cable to wires that touching each other. But when you're charging, when you're driving this coil with a high voltage, you start to get a heat there also from the surface. And because of this problem, I decide to leave them. But after, I'm not sure for this, but it was a moment when they burn a wire, I cannot take and watching what's going on there. So, I think this cap make an arc between the two wire, and they start to burn is like lac on the wire. And they start to go to burn. And at the same time, inside I'm using a inner coil and outer coil to can manipulate it for the polarization, for the polarity. And when start to burn both of coil, and they will go burn everything. But somehow I don't understand this plastic, because I'm using like PVC or UPVC pipe. Anyway, they will come like more strong, more bony. Then some days after, I leave it this. When I see this situation, I leave it this. I get nervous, I get upset, I'm be sorry for this, because I spent a long time to build this coils. And I leave it and I go home. And next day we're meeting with my mad cousin in my garage. And when we talking, we're discussing on this, he switch on. Start to like give a noise outside. Then I switch off this. I'm afraid not to get a burn again. After he leave and I'm leave, then I turn it back again alone in my lab. Then I'm touching button and start to move it.
Can you adjust your microphone, please? You will lose. Can you bring your microphone needs to be adjusted.
I know.
Yeah, this is better.
How?
No,
Okay.
you're too close. Too close. Just adjust it a little bit.
Wait a minute. I'm positioning on here. So after I started.
No, it got worse. It got worse. Bring it forward. Bring it forward to yourself. It's just somehow it moved. Yeah. Okay.
I'm keeping my hands okay. So back, and I switch on. Then again I switch off. I start to play. And how somebody is call me, somebody shout me. It was my friends who's come outside. I leave it. I think it was I forget to switch on. I leave it and go outside. Then again when I come back, I found the lift position, this disc, but can I see only control cable only? Control cable.
Can you
dancing.
move your hand from the microphone? You're just too much. Very. Yeah, please. Yeah.
It was like a moving like a snake. Is my cable, control cable, but end of cable I cannot see nothing. It was no disc. So I'm afraid I'm get to panic when I see this picture, because it was the first time I'm seeing this situation, what's happening, what's going on there. Then I'm taking out my control cable and I'm pulling it faster, quickly, because I don't want to lose my disc, because I spent a lot of money, I spent a lot of time. This disc will come like my baby. Anyway, when I'm pulling, it's coming very high speed and punching my face. And I broke my nose. Then when I'm pulling at the same time as it's broken a cable, and disc fell down, I fell down also because I feel a huge pain because of my nose. But it's interesting, you couldn't see a disc, it was there, but you couldn't see this disc, because this disc somehow is built some field around it, and start to change the direction of the light. And it start to become like a transparent. I understand this way. And why happened this? I think when burn this coil, in the middle coil, main coil, because of heat, this wire, winding wire, will come like a nano coating. Now I understand this. When I made your teaching, Mr. Keshe, and now I start to collect the jigsaw to put, one by one, to put it on the place.
Did you open the wire to see the wire is black? The control wire.
You can control. Yes. You know what's the funny? After, when I'm still continuing to use this for the control wire, I try many kinds of wire. Will start come to like a blackish, black, like a coal, like a carbon. Then after they broke.
This is what now we see in the structure of the using of the nanomaterials when we use wires. So what this means, in fact, if you saw the black, is that you have definitely created a plasma condition lift. Because when the plasma flows through the wire, we've seen it, people who buy the power unit, which is going to be marketed next month, you will see this in all your household wiring. This is one of the ways you'll identify the plasma transfer in your system. Because we create plasma in these power units, and the plasma, as it goes through the wiring of the house, in nano coats, it becomes totally isolated, insulated. It's better than the cover itself, the plastic cover of the plastic. And then wherever you go around the house, if you have what we've seen, the center, if you have a mesh of wires as your, let's say, to your light or your fridge, the center wires goes black first, and then the outer wire goes black. Because the plasma energy nano coat is passaged through by nano coating, then the matter state of the copper inside becomes so weak that the behavior of the plasma through the wire becomes superconductor. That's how it's, we've explained this before. So when you're seeing the black wire, it means the plasma is so strong at the lowest level that it releases the energy and releases the atomic molecular structure of the copper to nano, and it becomes black. So what I can tell you...
Was I'm using a silver wire even?
Yes.
Silver wire is kind of same, it's not only copper.
Yes, doesn't matter. Any material becomes black and it gets nano-coated. So what you explained to us, you didn't say this yesterday, confirms that you have created a plasma condition lift.
Because we didn't find enough time to talk with the detail, Mr. Keshe.
No problem. You have a lifetime. You have a lifetime in Barletta. No problem.
It was. I didn't talk about the cyclotron for acceleration even. I didn't say.
Yeah, it's no problem. We speak later on when you're with us.
So anyway, when I found this problem in front of me for the control wire, because I'm switching, I'm using an intermediate switch for the control, to controlling for polarity. I think I started to go think because I like to build a maquette plane, to flying, to build myself. Because I have a lot of radio control system circuit with in my garage, and I try to using not to using a wire because maximum maybe 20 minutes after your wire is going broke. But it's interest. I cannot using a radio frequency to control my craft because I think because of this shielding doesn't give chance for radio frequency to come inside. I couldn't use
this is correct. This we've seen before. We have explained this, so you confirm what is already, so we can confirm what you say is correct. It's no problem. It is part of the shielding comes through the interaction of the when the fields from your disk reduces in the strength that instead of becoming the matter level, it becomes the sound level. So it blocks any radio wave. As much as you build a structure physically that you can see the craft with the fields, your part of your fields goes to the point of converting to the noise level too, which creates a noise barrier too. That's why you can't use remote control. This is why in the teachings from the beginning we explain that you need a thought control, because your thought works on the plasmatic level and it can reach. And our Chinese colleagues have shown that the thought by raising hand, they could stop the reactor, because they thought if I raise my hand, the reactor stops. And we've seen that with the Chinese Keshe Foundation team. So this is something we know in the background from different part of the world with the foundation supporters. So carry on. Now you understand what you achieved at that time.
So then after I try, because I'm electronics, and I broke two, three microwave oven. I'm trying to using a microwave, it doesn't work. It was I'm trying to using for the being closer. I built one pipe, a round of pipe with a magnetic, magnetic coil, yes, can control the direction of electron beam. From electron pistol, when you accelerate this.
They call it the magnetic gun.
Yeah, it doesn't work on the shielding. No, I'm trying everything. And after I said, okay, if I cannot control it from out this craft, let's be coming in the craft. We're sitting in the craft, and we're controlling from the inside. And I start to build a bigger size, this craft. And in that time,
how big? Can you explain to us?
Yes, 7 meters diameter. And all of this money, all of these financials come from this government. Because it was my money come enough to build 60 centimeters around radius. Anyway, we start to build. Of course, I get some from some scientist help, who's working for the government also. We're working together. But when I'm doing this, they said me, you must sitting in the middle first, because this is your kids, your child, your baby. And I said, okay, there's no problem. When I'm sitting, I start running for the main coil to create this shield. In reality, when you create a shield, you create your own space. You're going out of environment with this shield.
Did you use the same structure of the coils as a 60 centimeter?
I'm exactly copy from this 6 centimeters as a bigger size. I'm just bigger in the size. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
And when you start to close this circle, this, when you create this environment here, this is your own environment. From the cone barriers and here don't have any connection. And that means you're going out from this universe. You're hanging because you're creating your environment in this bubble. Because when I'm sitting in first time inside, I start to see around like everywhere, only many different colors, but they moving like a milky, like a turn.
Yes, this is because different magnetic field strength interact with different magnetic field of the environment, so each one creates its own color. It's like the GaNs of copper oxide, GaNs of CO2. So different field strength give that image. That's what we explain even in book number 3. So that makes sense. Carry on.
But you know what's the funny, Mr. Keshe? I never read your book. Only yesterday, Jamie Welton sent me as a PDF.
Who sent you?
Jamie Welton. He's in foundation. I mean, in foundation.
How can he send you a PDF? These are offline. That's illegal. What is done?
I don't know.
Yeah, so we gotta find out who the guy is.
I asked from here.
It's okay, no problem. We gotta find out how these people work. We know a lot of people.
Yesterday I have a book. Yesterday.
Okay.
From books, and now I start to in future I start to read and I try to understand to get knowledge exactly.
I think Jamie might have bought the book for Ali actually online.
Okay, no problem.
Maybe I don't know. I didn't see.
Okay, it's okay, no problem. Carry on.
But it's interesting from this light what you're seeing around of you in this craft. You lost your time understanding.
Can I ask you, when you built this, when this happened, were there other people in the room with you?
In the same, yes, we were coming inside as 3 persons. With my met cousin, and another one fighter pilot from aircraft, from Air Force.
What, 3 of you in the same space?
In the craft, yeah.
Okay. Let me explain to you while you're speaking, Ali, that as I said, I'll repeat again, that the recording of yesterday has been put on the net, so it's already everybody knows which country you're talking about.
But I don't like to pronounce these words. That's all.
No problem. I understand, but I just put you in the picture.
Mr. Keshe, I could take that live stream down if you wish.
No. They have. It's good. It's there because they understand his background. It's there. It's in open. They understand his education with the British the structure. They understand his well-educated electrical man and well-trained for what he's speaking about. That's perfect. There's no problem. It's just that for his safety reasons, we didn't want to be out, but now it's out. We are proud to have a Turkish citizen or a Cypriot citizen with us as part of One Nation, One Planet. Carry on.
This is my dream, Mr. Keshe. This is my dream. one nation, one planet. So, is interesting things you cannot recognize, you cannot understand the time. I think your brain construction is going to happen something, I don't know.
But did the same thing happen to your cousin and the Turkish Air Force
everybody
officer?
got the same feeling. Yes, everybody got the same feelings. But another one interesting thing, when we're sitting inside, from this shielding we cannot see out.
This is what we always see. There is no windows. You cannot see anything. That's correct. Because the field strength covers the spectrum of the vision of the man's amino acid. So that's explainable.
Because we're living some lumbus, like around windows. But these windows will come completely black and black and black. You cannot see any colors, only this, but it's around. When you're coming closer, when you're far, you cannot see this windows. But you must come very, very close this window to start to understand where you're looking.
Okay, can you explain to us what happened next?
Yes. We decided to put the cameras with on the one stick so far, we can keep it far as one small like micro camera. Then we monitor it for inside what we have all around, because we cannot see nothing from this shielding. Where are we going? Where are we going? What we're doing? For our position? Where we're positioning? And we're doing this.
Did you create just a shield, or did you create a lift with the shielding?
Yes, of course we're creating a lift with the shielding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I'm writing here. When you're getting this, you start to come. You start to get how to say is a opposite.
Can you stop 1 second, please? Just I'm going to interrupt. Vince, there is a notice from China. They want to share some pictures. Can we understand what these pictures are?
Okay.
Just wait.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what they are, but they want to share an experiment and their properties of plasma.
Can you ask them in the background what is to do with this presentation? Because the more people we bring around the world, the more safe we are. If the Chinese group has achieved such a thing. Yes, Armin.
I have the coil.
Yes, we come back to it. Just wait, because we are going through something else. We come back to it. Let me ask Ali. While Vince is checking the pictures, because this is very important for what you're telling us. Okay. If the Chinese want to share the knowledge, it's important that we collectively as one group share everything live, that it takes danger to your life and the others, that the other people like you and me, and now the Chinese, if they can confirm, it gives out the cross-section across the world, and we share the knowledge correctly. Let me explain to you, while Vince is looking at these pictures, please, the Chinese community, share your pictures, send them to Vince. They have sent it through to webmaster@keshefoundation.org. The gentleman who is on the chat, send him a line to put it on. Let me explain while we're waiting for the Chinese, because it's important to confirm your work. China says, okay, so let's wait till they come through. Let me explain something to you which adds to your knowledge, or to our knowledge as a total, as a Keshe Foundation community. In your disk, where you use FOMA, and you put a coil on the top and 3 coils on the bottom, in the description which I showed earlier before you talk, the ring, the other one where you showed the capacitors, the spaceship look like, with a black lining between the 2 plates. Yeah. That black lining in the plates you show, this is the feature of all the plasmatic universal conditions. And in the system which I described when we show the side line, where I show the 4 reactors inside it, the ring coil becomes that platform. You created a Formica gap between the 2 plates. The coil which we showed as 2 rings and the gravitational field rings creates that, allows the fields which are going clockwise upwards and anti-clockwise downwards to have a point of reference with the center plate. That's why you need it. That's why Tesla, when he worked, bless his soul, he could not reach that point.
You think, you mean there it was, he's lost there? On this
He
point?
lost there, yes. The interface between the coil has to be nano-coated material, which creates the environment of the balance between the entry and exit. The fields do not go through the change phase. They go through the absorption of the totality of the fields inside the plasma. This is what is not been understood by world of science. And in the picture you show with the black, you put the separation between the plate, what we call the capacitor. In the case of the creation of the craft without the material, we do it with the field. This is created by nano-coated tubes, double tube springs which we put in. It does exactly the same thing. But this way, you understand.
Now
So,
I get it. Yeah, okay. Now jigsaw setting on place. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So this is what Tesla could not connect, because Tesla worked on a magnetical. He could never understand the position of the gravitational. And I always said, if you could put Tesla and Miles together, the knowledge of the two and what you explain would have brought man to the world of the science of the lift without motion long time ago.
They got to stop this. They making they lasering as humanity is 200 years.
Maybe we needed it. Maybe we needed it to be. We are all of us are here for a purpose, is given time of a space. But what is important is what you show as the black drawing in the middle. You put a Formica separation. It is done. Yes, this is done by the ring coils which we show. But because of the plasmatic condition, we create that through the nanomaterial absorption, and that's why they are double coil inside each other. That it creates a separation. The team which is working in the background with us for another purpose, now I understand, I asked them to be online today, is that now they understand why we have the pizza pot with flat plate. This is important to understand, to create the separation, but the separation allows both gravitational and magnetic field. Have you received the pictures from the Chinese yet?
Nope, I'm keeping it refreshed and I don't see anything yet.
You don't see anything. Do you know who it is? Because they said, yeah, it's okay.
They can share their screen, Mr. Keshe, if you want to go ahead and do
Yeah,
that.
can you, Ali, because let's see, see if they are correct. Let's give these scientists a chance to share their knowledge with us. Yeah?
Of course, no problem. No problem.
Okay. Can you ask the Chinese to come on if they want to share their pictures? If it's relative to
chat, yeah. And
if it's relative to our work today.
You can go ahead, China.
Our Chinese colleagues, can you come online? Thank you very much.
Yep, there they are. Thank you.
Okay, share your knowledge, please.
Are any of the Chinese translators online?
Yeah, okay. This is the Chinese. Okay, this is what we see with our structure, yes? Can you speak? You're muted. We need to give, we need you to explain. What's the purpose of sharing this? Do you need translator?
I'm asking to see if there's any of the Keshe Foundation China team on that does the translation. I'm looking through the list. I'm not sure if anybody.
Is Lisa there or they have to translate this. This has to be translated. I can see their work, but excuse me, China, you need to translate. This is relevant,
Max?
but hello.
Max, can you come on and talk for a moment? Jinkao?
Hi, please can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes, but I didn't get the file, so maybe it's hard for me to translate now. So maybe he wants to show something.
But why is he muted? He's most probably explaining in Chinese.
OK，谁在展示那杠杆？你能打开你的麦吗 ？I asked him to speak.
我的麦不能说，我不能说英文呀。
Good morning.
我不能说英文。Hello.
Hello, hi. Listen, you got to go back to the beginning. Please go back to the beginning of your thing. We didn't hear you speaking. Can you translate, please?
杠杆，你继续说吧。你想展示什么？你想跟大家分享一下这个？
是这样的，我英语不好，我只能说。
No, stop.
停一下。
Stop. Go back to the beginning from the first picture.
开始先生让你从第一章回到最前面，回到第一章。Okay, I let him to start from the beginning.
Yeah, and tell him to speak in sentences that you can translate.
让你一句一句说，这样的话我就可以翻译。
No. Yeah. Okay. Speak line by line that way. No, you're going too fast. Go back to the rings. No. Can you translate? We need somebody to speak.
Okay. I let him to start from the beginning. 杠杆，你能回到第一张图片吗？你这个展示第一张。
这张吗
？Yes， 你要直接从第一张图片展示，这样开始先生可以看到你的内容。
Okay. Yes, this figure. Okay, start.
你从第一个开始。OK， 到这里就可以了，你可以说。
然后这是他们做的，然后我提供的链接，网友是那个爱，他的网名叫爱。
是谁做的？是爱做的是吗？
对。
Translate, please.
That the spring was made by people named I, a love. In English name mean its name love. OK， 杠杆继续。
我提供的链接。
Can you repeat what you just said? Made by what?
Yes, he just speak that the spring code, the color-coded spring made by someone who named I, Chinese name, but it means love in English.
Love in English.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the name. Yeah.
Okay. We love your work. It's beautiful. Carry on.
凯尔先生很喜欢你们的工作，请继续。OK， 杠杆可以继续说。
You
want to show his picture？ 杠杆你能听见吗？可以展示后面的图片。你想说一些什么？
我只是说这是一个过程，我又不会说英文，然后就是说，希望他们能，从这些图片之中，
he said he can't speak English, so he maybe.
No, it's perfect. You're speaking Chinese is as good as speaking English. It's just explain to us that we can understand your thoughts.
OK， 杠杆，你需要解释一下你这个图片是什么？你要用中文来解释，这样我可以翻译，让凯尔先生明白你要展示什么。
啊，
对，你说一下。
是
Tell
这
him
样。
that you translate. Tell him he speaks, you translate.
首先是这张图吧，就是说这张图，是他们提供这个做出这个线圈，然后我提供连接，他们不知。
Can you translate for us, please?
Oh, sorry, Miss Cash, my bandwidth is not very good, so I just offline and didn't hear his word. 刚刚你能再说一遍你刚才说的？
No, wait.
Hello, I'm here. I can
Hi,
translate
Lisa
it.
darling. Hi, Lisa darling. We have a problem.
Okay.
We need this guy to speak that you can translate.
Okay.
We're using his voice.
Okay. He said is like somebody made the spring, so
Yeah.
he told them how to connect those together.
Okay.
And so do you want me to ask him how to connect it and how do they think about it? Okay.
Yeah,
一
carry
个
on.
杠杆，他就想问，就是说，因为你不说是你连接起来的吗？那么就是说，你的想法是什么？是怎么连接的？能具体展示一下？
Can you ask him to explain this, please? If he can talk, don't move.
Okay.
Keep the picture.
OK，开始说你不先这个图片不要动，就是停在这里，然后你给解释一下这个图片。
首先，他们从开始公布之后，这两个线圈很多人不知道怎么接，然后我就发起了让他们去动手，然后我提供这个链接，就是怎么去接这两个线圈。
你解释你怎么连接的，为什么怎么想的？
然后这是我的图。
This he said this is the picture. And what about it? 那么你这图是说明什么呢？你解释一下吧。
首先我要打印地线，然后地线要下地最少45厘米。
你重新说一遍。
然后我从这个地线拉出一个，然后是去了这个线圈的这个负极，带那个黑人电池的那个。
Okay, I understand. It's perfectly correct. I understand what is done. He has used combination of coils and the beads together.
Okay.
And he's connected it to a battery to use it as a power point for the load. Okay, carry on.
开始说，他说明白你了。他说你是把这个线圈和这个就是那个珠子是一起用的，然后同时用这个电池作为你的载，然后说让你继续讲。
然后我用这两个线圈，那这一个呢是干丝的电容，它是一个干丝的电容。
哪个？
这我不知道
就点着这个是吗？
就是这个线圈上面这一个。
就你现在鼠标点的这个是干丝电容，
对
是吗？
看到我鼠标是不是，大姐？
对，能看见的。就你鼠标点的是干丝电容。OK， he said this is the a capacitor made up of GaNs.
Can he tell us how he made the capacitor?
开始
I
说，
know
那
how
你
it's made. I know how it's made, but for others to understand.
开始说，那你能告诉一下你这个电容是怎么做的吗？开始说他知道，但是你需要告诉其他的人，是怎么样做的，因为需要其他人来理解。
好的，我非常乐意。然后我找一下我的电池是怎么做。
He said, okay, I'm glad.
Yes, but explain to the people who are listening how he made the capacitor.
所以开始说，好吧，那你解释一下吧。
首先你要准备2根线，2根纳米线，测出它的正负极。
Okay, first you need to prepare 2 nano coated wires, and you need to detected which is positive, which end is negative.
Yeah.
然后接着说吧。
然后你把它插进这个带干丝的瓶子里。
然后you put them into the bottle containers has gas.
Okay.
So
Can you ask him how did he decide which end of the wire is positive, which end of the wire is negative?
Okay, I was going to ask him also. 开始问你，那你怎么样决定的？是把哪个极放进去的？把正极、负极，你是怎么考虑？就说把哪极插进去的？
负极必须在瓶子内，正极全部在外，两个线不能碰，不能碰上块。
Okay, he said the negative should be in the bottle, and the positive.
But how did he decide that which end is positive, which end is negative?
Okay, 那么你是怎么想怎么样确定是哪一极是正的，哪一极是负的呢？
这2根纳米可以用电表测出正负来。
He said he just use a voltmeter. He just use a voltmeter, and the one has a positive is positive or negative is negative. Is negative.
Okay, I understand. Okay, that's
okay. He just use a
okay.
接着说吧。
然后是正的也是负，然后负是接收等离子，也就是等离子的进口、吞口。等离子体有2个口，一个出口，一个进口。那么这个负极呢，就是等离子体进入的那个口，然后正极呢就是吐出来的那个口。它其实是一个面包状。
你先等一会儿。He said because the plasma has a entry point and the exit point, so the negative is the entry and the positive is exit point.
Negative is entry and positive is exit.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, okay.
So you think it's right or you need
Yeah, it's correct. It's okay.
Okay, yeah. 然后开始确定
It's
一
just
下
that you got to understand that a lot of people online, some for the first time, they can't understand it. That's why it is.
Okay. 然后我问开始，然后因为又确定了一遍，说负极是进入的，正极是出的，然后开始就重复一遍。我问他那是正确的呢，还是说你要纠正？开始说是正确的，但是因为在网上好多人不明白，所以他要就说放慢一点，就说再解释一下，再说一下。接着说吧，刚刚。
然后他这个。那我就要把这个吞烂的这一口插入这个干丝里，2根。
就是2根都是负极插进去，是吗？
对。
Okay. Then he said, the 2 wires, both of them are using the negative, put into the negative and put into the little bottles.
So he puts the 2 negatives into the bottle.
Yes, right.
Okay.
开始确定了一下，说是2个负极插进去，我说是的。接着说，看看。
然后还有一个注意的，它就是说长的这里面，就是说瓶子里面啊，不说外面了，就说瓶子里面高的长的一些，长的那个就决定它是正极，短的那些的那一根呢就决定它是负极。
所以说2个电线不一样长是吗？然后你就用长的当正极，然后用长的当正极，短的当负极了，是这意思吧？
不，你不要这样解释，你就说就是这个瓶子里啊，我们要插进去吗？
一个长的一个短的，
一个低。
那好吧，
对，一个。
那行he said the 2 wires have to be not equal length. One is longer and one is shorter.
Okay.
接着说吧。你不说一个长一个短吗？然后怎么着？
一个长一个短，然后短的在瓶子里的那个短的它就决定了是负极，然后长的就决定了它是正不是我说反了，不好意思啊，就是在瓶子里长的它决定了它是负极，短的它就决定了是正极。
你是这两个线一样长，然后在瓶子里不一样长，不一样深度，
对
还是？
深度。
OK， so 本来是一样长的是吗？
对，两个都是把负极插进去嘛，然后
我知道，但是没插之前是一样长的，对吗？
对对对，然后插入瓶子里，你肯定有一个长一个短。
OK， I made the mistake. First of all, the two wires are the same length, and when they put it into the bottle, one is deeper and one is shorter.
Okay.
So on the outside, one is longer and one is shorter. So the longer, yeah. So the outside the bottle part, if it's shorter, it's negative. The longer is positive.
Okay.
OK， 然后接着说，刚刚。
然后我需要几个那个黑人的那个电池组，也是干事做的。
And also he need several of the beads using GANs. What kind of GANs?
How does he decide which one is negative, which one is positive on these beads?
OK， 现在开始的问题是说，你怎么样决定你这些个 beads 的就说你这些珠子的正极和负极呢？
我也是通过测量。
He said he also used a voltmeter to decide.
Yeah,
which
but on his beads, he's got the ones which are negative on a double coil on the aluminium, and the positives are single coil. Is there a reason for that?
OK， 开始问你说，既然你现在的话就说只有一个线圈的这个你这个是正极，然后就说缠两个线圈组成回路的那个负极，他说问你为什么会是这样？
这是我通过那个万用表出来的，包括上面的铜线正负也是通过万用表测出来的。
那行，那我就告诉凯始说你是测出来的，因为原理可以让凯始讲一下，凯始想引导你把这个原理给大家说一下。OK， he said he just measure is how it does. So maybe you can explain it, Mr. Cash.
What?
About why is positive and another one is negative.
Why is what positive?
He just measure and then it's positive and the other is negative.
Yes, because as he said, the negative is entry, and the double winding one, because it feeds back to the center, go backwards, is increasing.
让你回去，刚才让你回到原来那图。
No, go back.
回去。
Go back.
开始让你回去。
Remember, as part of the teaching, we always said gravitational fields are always stronger than magnetical. What is it doing? Go back on your beads. Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, now.
So what happened? If you remember, we always said that the gravitational fields are stronger than magnetical, and he said exit is positive, which means it's magnetical, and entry is negative because it's gravitational, because it means it pulls in, it gravitates in. And with all the negative he has a winding from the surface of aluminium back into the feed line. So the negative, the entry, has an excess feed from itself, so it's always stronger. It has more fields, not the stronger, so it's always negative, which means pulls in.
OK，
对
开始解释说因为你刚才不是定义的就是说负极是就是说进口，然后正极是出口开始说现在呢你是把那个因为有一个循环的那个，它是会有多余的场。然后会给这边来，就是说供给，所以呢，就是那边呢是负极，然后这边呢是正极由于这个场的话，引力总是要大于这个磁力的那么你那个闭合的那个呢要比这边强，所以那边呢总是负极，这边总是正极明白点吗？
然后这个我是理解的
OK。那往下讲吧，那下边 ，OK
然后
just minute. I just translate what Mr. Keshe said, and he said he understand. Okay.
Okay, explain this picture to us, please.
开始说你再下解释吧。
然后我在这个连接中还需要一个3极管，但是我这个效果不是很好，连起来之后这个效果不好，不是很好。
He said he used also 3极管what's that? NPN, traditional NPN, and he said it's the result is not so good, but
what the gas result? The gas is not good, or the MTR or OR?
This one is not good. The pictures they are in the electronics.
Okay, now show what is this? Explain to us, please.
那开始说，那你现在开始刚才问一下，说是你是那个3极管不好呢，还是干丝不好？我说是那个3极管不好，对吧？然后他现在说让你说，他现在让你接着往下解释。
然后这就是我的列解的第一张图，然后它有不对的地方，然后后来我们改了好几次。
Can you
stop?
Stop.
This is how he connected.
Yeah. Stop. Something we have to ask. In the container where he had the GANs, is there anything else in the GANs, or is it just the GANs in the container with this capacitor?
开始问你说那个干丝那个电容里边只有干丝呢，还是说还有别的东西在里边？刚嘎。
你等一下，我让他看一下这个。
OK， he said
这是电池改的。这一位网友的呢，我让他把这个上面的全拔掉了，就是用我那种方法，用那个纳米图层的两。
你先等一下，刚才的那个解释那个，他问你那个电容里边的干丝只是干丝吗？
对，就是这个就跟这个图一样的。
Only GANs， 说二氧化碳干丝。
Only GANs of CO2。
是都是二氧化碳干丝吗？
对，它也是的。
对，我知道。那你的，你不管它的，先解释你的再说。那你的都是纯的二氧化碳干丝和水。
对，水是那个去离子的那个蒸馏水。
Okay, he said CO2 gas and the iron, what's it called? It's like no minerals in it. The distilled water.
Is distilled water. Okay, let me explain to you how he's achieving capacitance there. Even though it looks as a CO2 only, from what I see, did he use a zinc plate and a copper oxide to create that?
开始说给解释一下你这个东西，就是说电容是怎么样产生的。说虽然你好像都是只是用的二氧化碳干丝，但是看上去你还是说还有2个纳米板。Is that right？ 对吗？那就是一个铜和锌板在里边。
没有纳米板，不是2个纳米铜线呀。
2个纳米铜线是吗？
对，
只有铜线，没有锌线，没有锌线是吧？
全是2根纳米铜线。
Okay, he said only nano copper wires.
Okay. Nano copper wire and a zinc in the salt water. He created the.
Oh,
CO2.
no zinc, just nano copper
And what?
and the GaNs. Yeah, just like this, the picture in here.
No. How did he produce his CO2 GaNs?
Oh, okay, I see. 开始问你怎么样制造的二氧化碳干丝，是我们普通传统方法吗？
对，是普通，就我们根据教程上做的，然后需要洗一洗。
Okay. He said just the one we used in the teaching, the zinc and the nano copper.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now let me just add to the knowledge a little bit. The reason we use this material we use as a capacitor, as we said in the other teachings, to make a good capacitor, and you've seen Alex posting it. Hello?
Let
me explain. As we've seen, Alan has explained in his capacitor too, you need a composition of materials that the interaction creates the capacitance within. As we've seen with Ali explaining with 2 plates, you have to create an interface that you create a vacuum, a condition of elements as holding the matter or energy in it. Because he used the copper and zinc, even though it looks all as a copper, he has some zinc oxide GaNs inside it too. So the metal storage comes from the mixture of the CO2 and a zinc.
Okay.
That's what it is. Yeah.
OK. 开始解释说是因为就说在那个 Alex 教学里边也说，我们必须要有2种，就说材料以上一个就说组合才能在这个中间产生一个真空然后才能来容纳这个能量。然后说你的这个呢，虽然看上去都是二氧化碳干丝，实际上里边是有氧化锌的，所以呢，就是能够形成这个电容。应该是这样，别人还可以。
Okay, go ahead, carry on, go down to the point, please.
OK， 让你接着往下讲吧。
其实我不想说这个因为现在并不是说很成功，因为我们也在试验，因为图一直在改，我一直在改。现在做这个线圈的有4个5个人吧，都找我提供这个连接方式，但是目前我这个连接方式并不是很成功。我也不想解释这个。
那你得展示点你有什么结果嘛？那好不好？最后是什么效果？或者就是哪里需要改进
Can you ask him a question?
Okay.
Don't move that picture. Don't go back up. Actually, keep that picture. No, go back.
让你别动对，再回到这个对，好的。
He's used a GaNs capacitor next to a battery. Am I correct? Why hasn't he used another capacitor in that sign instead of using a battery?
他问你，他说你在这里边图里边有一个是就说在你的这个旁边你用了电池，就是你的就是电容旁边的电池，说你为什么不就用2个电容不用电池呢？The middle one is a battery, and then was the beads, and then is the GaNs
capacitor. And then on the other side, he has a capacitor, a physical capacitor, a diode, and a beads. What I want to know, why is he using a battery? Why doesn't he use another GaNs as a capacitor? Because battery is a capacitor.
开始说，那你干嘛非得用一个电瓶？那就电池，那你完全可以再用一个电容就行了，因为电容的话也是另外一个 capacitor， 也是个就是说储存电能量的。
那我解释一下吧，因为这个电瓶呢，相对来说代表了这个试电，因为我们出于安全的考虑吧，我们暂时没有接入试电，只用了一个电瓶。
没有介入什么？
因为这个线 对，这个电是需要接入市电的，因为接入市电才是正确。
你想接入市电，所以
Lisa, hold on.
Okay.
I've seen, we're going to carry on with him. We're not going to stop. But do you know, as a part of the teachers you're putting from the Chinese for the teaching group of the foundation? Yeah, we asked for 3 Chinese teachers.
对，我们还在找。We are still looking for.
I think he's one of them.
Okay.
He can dig into it, see how he's got a very good way of doing it, but we need, as you do, translation in his teachings. Because the fingerprint is perfect for teaching, and he understands it. It's not just following. No, go back up. Let him explain.
让你回去，让你把图回去。OK. Want me to translate?
Go back to his drawings. Yeah, go back.
回到你原来的图。开始刚才是问我说，就说因为提到过我们要找3个中国人作为教师，开始认为就是杠杆是不是可以作为教师给大家讲课，到时候，因为觉得他比较就是觉得杠杆比较懂，而就说可以这么讲，那么到时候我们给翻译就可以了。Okay. Yeah.
We can't hear him.
OK. 杠杆。
在。
那你怎么说呀？
那个，我觉得我现在并不是理解的很透彻，我怕担负不了这个解说。虽然我很想说。
其实没关系的。其实他这个教学不是说，你要从头到尾，你就说可以讲一些那么，然后其他的人再讲，就说比如
可以的，可以的，我非常的乐意分享这些东西。
He said he maybe not good enough said. And I explained him, you don't need to give lectures every class. You just give like occasionally or regularly. And he said that will be fine.
Thank you very much. Tell him to carry on.
开始说，那么让你接着讲。I still haven't translated yet. He said the reason he put a battery there because he want the final application, this one connected to the net.
To the load.
To the grid, yeah, to the load, to the grids. So that's why he put a battery there.
Okay.
So because he cannot connect it directly to now, so because maybe a little bit too risky or something, so he put a battery there. That's for load.
Yeah, I understand.
OK 开始说哈，他明白了，知道什么意思了。那你接着讲吧。
你跟他说这个电瓶了吗？这个电瓶是错误的。
讲了。
它是需要接入市电的。
我讲了，我是说这个。我知道，我跟他解释了。我说这个，你这个电瓶不是说是为了电瓶，是为了将来你要接到电网，或者是接到你的负载上边，所以这个电池是作为负载的。
Let me explain some. Yeah, carry on. Yeah, go on.
你再接着讲，刚刚。
然后市电的这个电呢，它是交流电，它会来回的脉冲，它跟这个电瓶是不一样的。电瓶只是正负。然后那个呢，它是市电上的电呢，它是交流电，它是有了来回脉冲的。也就是说，我建议接一个交流脉冲在2个线圈之内。这是我这个线的里边这个。
Okay. He said this one has want to have a limitation for the testing because it's a DC battery. So if you want to before you connect it to the grids, you can use AC. What's it called? It's alternator or something, and you can.
Yeah, I understand the way he's done it. Can you ask him which Keshe Foundation research group does he work with?
开始问你说，你现在哪一个我们的就是开始基金会这边的哪个你是在哪个小组工作？
No problem.
他说你是哪个组的？
Getting translated
我
from
现在就是说中国团队，但是虽然我就是以群的形式存在，然后有自己的2个开始群，我也一直在做这方面的宣传。
你有
包括
不是他问你是哪一个团队，就说你的这个小组里边有几个人啊，或者怎么着？
我自己。
OK，
我没有小组，
所以你只有两，或者有2个比较跟你沟通比较多的，或者就说从我们的大组里边，是这个意思吗？
因为他们2个提供的线圈，因为目前只有他们2个做了线圈，所以我只提供了他们链接式。小组的话，那我就没有小组，我只有我自己。
He said he is not have he not form a group. He just work individually. He is in our big group.
He is not in a big group.
He is in a big group, but he doesn't have like a small individual group.
Which group?
Our QQ group, internet group.
QQ group, not the Sanjiang group.
No.
Okay, I saw all the numbers at QQ. I thought it's them.
Yeah, we are all on QQ, and then there are some like a local different province. They may have small groups.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
So this is well. That's why I said Keshe Foundation groups around China have to come to work under one, that you all add to each other. It's fantastic. His work. Tell him congratulations. It's beautiful to see his work.
OK， 开始先生说说他明白这意思，所以说希望我们中国团队就说要组成一个大的团体，这样呢就可以一起工作。他说看到你做的这么好的工作，比较想祝贺。
我更应该感谢中国团队的所有的翻译人员，还有你们带给我们理解。因为我真是不懂英语的。
这个不用说了。He said he is thankful for all the people working hard and translating and all those.
You're welcome. Carry on. That's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Carry on.
说让你接着讲。
然后再说，这个图是我们改过好几次的了，然后目前来说。效果还是不是很好。我想应该也是开始说过的，这个干丝类应该干丝这个电容应该是两种干的，还有一个就是说介入式电这一块跟现在我们目前用电瓶它肯定是完全不同的，所以说目前吧就是我们用电瓶做的还并不是说没有什么很好的效果。
OK， 那我们要不要问一下开始，就说我们卡在哪里呢？问题在哪？
也可以，反正我的理解是，第一个就是因为这个电瓶跟交流电它肯定是不一样的东西。
但是你这个因为开始的东西如果要出来2个是一起出的，就是说如果这个也没出，那个可能也不会出，也不一定会出，所以。问一下开始吧。Okay, he said he doesn't have a very good idea result, so maybe he want to know what's the reason why he didn't reach the goal to.
Yeah, I see why and how he's done it. We have overcome this through a new development in creating a new capacitor. The problem is that he has connected and all the capacitors is put in as a GANs. They are storing the energy which is creating. Part of his problem is those capacitors.
开始说你的这个问题还是在于你的这个电容他说你这个电容，我这块没太听懂啊。他说他现在说可能需要一种就是说要有新的方式来做这个电容，而且就是说你要混合，好像是。
对对对，我是这么想的，电瓶是要拿掉的，然后其实这个NPN 的这个管子，
You
我
see,
们发现
explain, no, explain to him his problem sits mainly because of his diodes.
Because
Yeah.
what?
He's used
pardon?
2 diodes, he's used 2 diodes on the top of the batteries to condition the flow.
OK，开始说你的问题有可能你在这个电池上边你放了2极管了，所以你把这个方向给确定了，
So
给限定了，可能是这个问题。
The diodes in this position work on the electron vibration, so they block the energy which is needed to run his matter state systems. But they
开始说
override your plasma, so that's your problem. Your problem is your diodes on the top.
开始说你这问题是因为你在这上面放个2极管，这样呢，它就可能会把这个等离子体会阻断，然后会选择，然后就只有你这个电子层次的振动。
This is half what I call a schizophrenic system.
开始说这个就是他讲的，我们现在就说分裂症，就是说一边是物质，一边物质。
The system is built is very powerful.
说这个系统非常有力，就是非常有能量。他说就比较好，这个系统意思 powerful。然后但是你是就是物质和等离子体2个层次分裂的。
我可以说了吗？
可以说。
然后这个开始说的这个 NPN 的这个，对，我们也发现了。然后通过实验，我们已经把这个2极管，你看上面打了插口，我们已经把它拿去了，我们不需要这个2极管。
那是3极管，这2极管，你的这个2极管也不要，也要
对2极管
那个红的2极管，
对，这个二极管也不需要的。
对，
然后就是电池，我们
he said he found. So
you're getting disconnected.
Now he's already testing remove it.
Yeah, if you connect your diodes and connect it directly to the battery over the time becomes nanocoated, becomes itself a capacitor.
开始说，如果你要直接用纳米线连接你这电池的话，那么你的这个电池也会直接纳米化，然后直接成为这个电容。
And it's because of the plate in the battery, the metal plates in the battery, you'll find becomes a AC/DC converter itself.
然后你就说，因为你这个电池的这个电极，就是说，因为它是金属的嘛，然后也会变成纳米材料，最后也会正极、负极自己就会转化，就是对自己也会转化这个。
Okay, tell him to carry on to his next.
让你继续讲。
你先开始说一下，我这个图画反了。这个正负是没有错的，就是这个黑人电池黑人电池组它这个图是画错的，然后是正负是没有错的，正负的连接是错的。
你是说你的这图错还是？
我这个图上画的错了，因为当时我没有这么多时间去改这些东西。
那没关系的，他们可能不会细看这个的，可能就差不多就行了。你这块正负画错了吗？不是正负吗？
正负没有画错，正负的连接没有画错。
但是你那边是正极是写错了 ，label 就是说标错了，对吧？你正负极标错了。
正负没有标错，是图画错了。这个你看一下这个。
Lisa, can you explain to him? Can you explain to him?
Okay.
Where he's got his arrow in the middle line, where he's got double winding, single winding from the capacitor back to the next capacitor.
回上一个图。
No. The drawing he was on now. The drawing is on
就是
now.
你那个画的那个图，回到你画的那个图，不要这些图，回到你画的那个刚才那个大图，
What he was talking about just now.
就是我们刚才谈的那个图。哎，对，就这个。
Okay, you see where no, go back. Go back.
让你回去。
Go back.
Go back， 回去。
Go back.
回去。
Translate to him to go back.
回去，让你还没开始要跟你讲一下那个图那个怎么回事儿。喂，尴尬。
Okay.
有延迟啊，现在不是图了。
Stop.
对，停着。
有延迟。
Where he's used.
He said there's a delay. That's why.
Okay.
He confused.
Okay.
Okay.
The way he is used in the middle line, a capacitor, and then a double winding and single winding. These double winding, single winding, when it's done like this, they behave as a diode, but for the flow direction of the flow of the plasma.
Okay.
You don't need to use a diode. You can use these as a diode themselves, because you dictate which way the flow you want it to be positive or a negative or entry or exit.
Okay.
You can use these as a diode in the present systems.
OK， 开始讲说你不是在中间不有这个珠子吗？正极负极，他说因为你这个的话就决定了你的这个流动的方向，所以可以直接呢就把这个当二极管，你就不用那个物质的二极管了。实际上这个呢就可以是二极管，懂吗？
当初我也认为这个黑人的二极管有这个特性，但是我们测试着感觉它可能是我们理解的还不透彻吧。就是说这一块我发现达不到那个效果吧。你可以跟他说，我们可以试一下。
OK， 他说he will try. He said he thought it would be acting as a diode, but later he found not. But I think maybe he is.
I understand. Well, let me give you a piece of news. Part of the development now, we are in the process of developing capacitors without GaNs. It's very simple. So in the coming time, we show plasma, pure plasma capacitors. Hopefully it gets tested the next couple of days, and then we can teach you how to do it.
OK， 开始说他现在在就是说用一种办法，不用干丝来直接就是做这个电容这样就直接是等离子体。他说可能是过几天会教大家给大家展示。
那样是最好的。
Okay, carry on to the next picture.
你接着往下讲，下一个图片。你不是一直要往下走吗？现在可以了。
然后我可以说别的了吗？
你往下讲吧，你想说什么说什么吧，他也不知道你要说什么。
我想讲这个磁场。
I wish I could speak Chinese.
你想讲磁场 ？OK, he want to say something about magnetic field.
Okay.
我跟开始说你想讲磁场，那你的磁场在哪呢？往下来。这是八卦，这不是磁场。You want to 讲这个吗？你要
This is our understanding of yin and yang.
Yeah. Hello. Okay. Here.
Okay.
这个是
What is he trying to teach us?
开始问你想教我们什么
我想说一下，因为好多人好多人好像不明白这个场，然后我想说一下这个我这个理解，看看开始给我一些意见，或者是说给我一个确定，理解的对吗？
那你就讲吧。
首先呢，我首先我认为电和磁是不能分的，有磁就会有电，有电必有磁，说两者是不能分的，并且它们是交互的运行，就像两个球一个方向旋转的时候，那么外面的场球就会变成这个形状。
外边的场就变成这个形状。这个我没太听懂。He just explaining the electron and the magnetic are the same thing. They are together like same time exist together. Just a different effects. OK， 那你现在再接着说这两个球是怎么着？
然后呢，你跟他说了那电和磁是不能分的了吗？
然后这个本来传统的也不能分，这个本来就不能分。
对，我不是说给开始听，我想他会
说了，他知道，他说是的。
然后就是这两个这么运行嘛，然后就会外面。
你这是什么？这两个是什么东西？
一个电，我们把它比喻成一个。
不能这么分的，不能分一个电。
我知道他们是不能分的，但是为了讲解，我需要把它分开。
那也不能分，那不是这么回事了，不能这么分。
那它就是这个形状，不能分的话，它
电跟磁 ，it's like OK。this 这像个磁场啊，这等离子体磁场就这样差不多了。
对，
电跟磁不能那么分，哪能把电跟磁分成两个粒子啊？这不可能的。
这不能这么分哈，你听我解释一下哈，为什么不能分啊？本身它是不能分的，但是为了讲解，为了理解，
那也不行，就这样会混淆别人的，不行。OK，I wish 我给开始讲一下。OK，he was trying to make people make a sense to understand that one is an electron, one is a magnetic. I told him you cannot separate like two particles. You cannot explain like this.
Yep.
And then he said the next one. Okay, the big picture. OK， 现在就是这个大的了。然后开始说那怎么样呢？
然后它就是这种形状嘛，它是速度非常的快，电和磁在里面交互非常的快，看上去是一体，但是实际它是由电和那个
你不能用电来解释，我们这里边没电，电就是磁，磁就是电。
磁。对，是两种。
但是你那也不是的，磁也就是电，电是磁，然后你只是说你这个场的话，你可以这样运行正极负极，或者你要是两部分的话，你可以两个Caroline cross， 但是不是说电跟磁啊，是两个磁可以组成这个情况。
对，两个磁场。两部分
对呀，两部分
离子体。
OK， 那是
他们
的，但是你不能用电，那个用电。
对他们以非常快的等离子体运行，然后他们就会形成一个这样的形状，像这种面包球的这种等离子体。
He said if the his understanding is that the plasma is like the shape is a little bit look like the big one, so it's like a very high speed moving. So there's a in and out also has a spin.
Yeah.
The field.
Okay, carry on.
然后开始说，那你再往下讲。 那你想的，你重新再说一遍吧。你是我跟开始讲是，我是说你这个
这样从头开始吧。
One picture down after this.
开始说让你再往下一个图看，他好像喜欢再往下一个图。你是讲这个你是2个变一个词啊？那你这个你要纠正一下，回去你要重新再整理一下你的思路，你这思路不能这么分。
对，我这个思路，我当时也请教过那个谁了，梦中真人还是那个石头，他们都对我说了，不能那么分。
对，不能那么分的。
对，你可以把它想象是因为电和场它本身都是场，可以说是
2个场是一样的，那2个场吧，对呀，打成2个等离的场就行了，但是不能那么分的。
对，是2种等离的气场，你可以跟开始说一下，是2个等离的气场。
2个相同大小的，2个相同大小就可以这样。
然后他们以非常快的速度在交互在旋转，然后他们就会成为一种这种球的这种等离的。
那你这个是物质了，你这个是稳定的，你这是等离的稳定的，不是单纯。
Can we carry on?
Yeah. He said like 2 plasmas they form together. So but they are exchanging from one in to another out. To one out to another in, and then they just like moving really fast. So that's what he understanding for the plasma. 然后下一个图吧。让我们能下边再继续吗？
然后这是一个从科学报告那边摘过来的图。
He said these are the pictures of the galaxies.
Yeah.
Okay, now is 接着讲。
Can he carry on? What is he trying to teach us here, please? Okay.
He's using a magnetic field or electronic field.
Yeah.
He used 2 fields together.
Yeah.
So the blue one is magnetical and the red one is electronic. It's electrical.
， Yeah, okay. What's next?
然后让你想说下一个是什么？
我觉得我现在语言也
His file is very big. I think we're gonna stop because I can see his file is huge. On the right hand side, you see it's just on the top 5th of the whole file.
开始说你这个文件说估计挺大的，看这右边的纸好像只记下了1/5，还有4/5。
We will come back to you in the next teachings.
Yes, I recommend that you send me the file first that we could look it over before presenting.
Yeah, this is what we were discussing earlier on today.
Exactly.
开始说可能是不是要下一次
Yeah. Okay, no problem. Thank you very much for sharing knowledge with us. Send the file to Rick. This is what we start doing.
对，然后
I want to know this. I want to know this. That's why I came to him. I want to know what is this one.
What
is this? Yeah, his cooking pot. This is what I call dim sum pot.
OK. 开始说，刚才说希望你把文件送给瑞克，这样呢可能这次来不及了，因为一看你还有4/5呢。然后开始想知道你的这个东西是什么，是这个锅。
这个是造水的，我可以把水分离出来，单独在这个图里还有其他配件我没有放上去。这是一个预览图。它的上面可以生成非常干净的水，没有烧碱。
Okay. He said this is for making water.
Yeah.
So the water will be in the blue one in that area, so it will be very clean.
Okay, no problem. He's got to teach us later on. Yeah, no problem.
然后开始说，那行，那没问题。他说你可以晚一点教我，以后教我们这个。
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you indeed. We'll come back to him. Let's ask him to send the file to Rick, and then we pick up section and section of the file.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
We go back to thank you very much, Lisa. Thanks for translating. While you're on the line, the meeting of Tuesday is set at 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. Central European Time.
Okay.
Yeah,
that'll be fine.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks for your time.
And only for Chinese?
No, all worldwide.
Worldwide. Okay.
Worldwide.
Okay.
We're going for all the manufacturers
I understand.
worldwide.
Okay.
But connected to the foundation, not independent manufacturers. Unless they hold shares by the foundation, that's the structure we're trying to do.
说让你把这个给翻译，把这个给，然后呢，说下周2的教学，说希望大家听。然后我问凯什，我说这个是，我们中国还。
Okay, thank you very much. Can we go back to Ali, please?
Mr. Keshe.
Yes, Arman. Yes, you're there.
I have to go to sleep.
Okay, go to sleep. Show your system. Show your wire, please. Can we have Arman, please, to share the screen?
Yeah, we have to. Yes, thank you.
Arman, come on, darling. Yeah. Not this one, the centric one.
Yeah.
No, the one you put inside each other like two worms.
1 minute. Yeah.
Okay. This is what we call the gravitational magnetical system, center coil. This is what we seen with Renan as well, to be used in the medical application. This will have a lot of application in technology, and what we discussed this morning regarding creating the plate for lift, where your gravitational magnetic field sits within the same structure. Where are you? What are you showing us, Arman?
Oh, nothing. I just putting everything in place.
Yeah, this double concentric, coaxial centric point is part of the work within the structure of the molecular structure, atomic structure, sharing of the wires. We've seen people who twist the wires together and they make it like a barbed wire. Those have a different property than when you have a system like this. And the plasma concentration, yeah, is this. This is what we call a pizza stacker. It's you will see more and more of these around in development of the technology. The beauty with using these wires, the way I've developed it, is you do not need to go through the process of a GANS. And for the third world nations, practicality, this is more practical. We can achieve what we are looking for than trying to teach them to make GANs and then convert the GANs and all sorts of things we've seen with the beads and the rest. This overcomes all that, is the next step in development. So those who take a shortcut in technology development, the springs are your next step, and then going through the GANs. The beads was a step through. We've seen the problems with it, and that's why I brought the spring system in. If you go back into the Sensano, I showed part of the speed process and the spring and rollers nearly a year ago as part of the structure. So, Ale, can you explain to us the rest of what you were doing? I thought we learned a lot. Thank you very much from the Chinese.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Have a sweet dreams, and don't have a nightmare about God knows springs and whatever. All the best. Thanks very much, Armin. Is Ali still there? Can we call him back?
Sorry, everybody. I think that was Armin leaving or somebody leaving. Ali, I'll unmute you, and then...
Armin always goes out in his style. Huh?
Yeah, exactly. I was quick on that button, that's for sure, I think.
Okay, let's see what Ali has to say.
I think you're still there, Ali?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you share your screen with us, please?
Wait, try to find, because I'm not computer boys. I'm born in 1974. It was my first computer. It was Commodore 64.
My God, you go back a few years. Can you explain to us, as you said, as you were inside the ball plasma?
Yes, Mr. Keshe, but before this, I want to tell something on little for some 30 seconds about our Chinese brother.
Yeah.
The topic about the magnet. How I'm seeing for the situation.
Yeah.
Everybody can see it. What we go to explain is electric field vectors. It's magnetic field vectors. It's electric. It's outer space, inner space, and I'll say this way with these eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So, where we living the last? I don't
You were
remember.
explaining to us that you were three of you in the system.
Yes. Yes. When you're positioning in the middle of your plasma, because this is plasma condition, you're coming in the plasma. What I'm understanding. Time is not work, because you're going, when you create your own plasma sphere and you're positioning in the middle, in the center, inside, you're staying there, you're going out of space, out of universe.
I think let's add to it the correct way. You don't go out of universe, you don't go out of the, you create your own shell. Yeah, but you create your own shell within the shell of the atmosphere of the Earth. So you become an independent entity.
Yes, but that doesn't matter where you're living. If you're in deep space, it's the same condition.
Yeah, but now you're an independent entity. That's why now you are in control of your own destiny without the outside effect. This is what we always say. So this way, not to put it in a way. Okay, explain please. Carry on.
When we're coming there in this condition, in our space, what we're creating, what we're shielding for us, around of us, I mean, is for this area.
Yeah.
After you can start to playing with the balls, for the controlling your position, for the dictate your position, where you want to stay, where you want to go, where you want to move. It's very easily. Because of that, to understand our guys is more correct, more better. Wait, those are show a lot of things. Yeah, over here.
Yeah.
But wait, I'm keeping upside down. Sorry. If you could to manipulate these three balls whose positioning, it's 120 degrees angle between them. It's looking like a star formation also.
Is this what you did with your system? You could change the polarity.
Yes.
Okay. How
You
do you
can change
change the polarity? How do you change? Explain.
Wait, before doing this, I must explain what is the picture here. Then after.
Okay.
This is how was we calling before from these pictures where we're positioning in this line here, like this is cyclotron.
Yeah.
For the getting cyclotron frequency effect. We're positioning here also as well. This one outer and one inner, one the middle. Then we have to positioning our ball. I mean, this ball like ball shape, but in reality inside we have this construction.
Yeah. So you made a smaller version of the bigger version.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Wait. Okay, it's correct position. So if you change the polarity, two from 3 balls, for example, you put it plus and another one in minus, your position, you declare the position, we're going this way.
You mean directional position? You dictate your directional motion.
Okay, okay, direction to get the position.
Yeah.
Because it's the same time when you're moving this, you're getting direction and you get position at the same time.
Can I ask you a question to clarify for the people who have not been in the position? Does the feeling inside still at 1G or different? Or do you float?
You mean in our initial?
Yeah.
G1, you can walk, you can move in how you're moving on the earth, like on the earth.
Okay, that's what we said before. Thank you very much.
Because we have in matter state, we're in our condition, in our environment.
So you don't have you don't have the what we see with the American or the space technology of now, the weightlessness.
Yeah.
You don't have the weightlessness. It's not as you're floating in the capsule.
No. And if you have connection with NASA, tell them, can I helping them to keeping them astronaut? They can walk in a normal way.
We've told them years ago. At the moment, trying. Okay, no problem.
If they need help, tell them to come to the foundation.
They already know.
Okay, this is good.
Okay, yeah.
So, is reality when you create your own condition in matter? Because on the plasma, as we calling is matter. We have antimatter, and we have dark matter. Yes.
Yeah.
And we 1000% we must living in 1G because we are in matter state. In the middle of our plasma.
Mm-hmm.
Because the antimatter side we have 2G, and in dark matters we have 3G. So anyway, I don't want to go there because we start to going far from my how to say.
Okay. There is something which is interesting for us. You said you were with your cousin and your, what do you call it, the other officer from Turkish Army or Air Force. Are they still around that they can explain to us their experience? Are you still in touch with them, or do you know if they're still around?
It was kind of like question of taste. This question.
No, it's just that I was asking.
You can make images officer 1000%, 1,000,000%. He cannot speak.
Yeah.
And my cousin also he cannot speak because he has to get a lot of money from them.
Mm-hmm.
keep his mouth shut.
Is he still alive?
He's still alive, but I don't know where is he now.
Okay, no problem. Listen, we say what it is interesting is that when we bring you to the foundation in the next few days, you can test everything and show it live. The foundation makes everything available to you to replicate the condition. We did this the same with Dr. Antonio. So when you come to foundation, you'll have all the facilities to use the plasma and the matter, or if you want to use the matter and then convert it to the plasma system. Because there are a number of people like you who have achieved this. We know 3 people who achieved lift through plasma technology, and maybe by you coming forward to show it, they will join into the structure as well of the Keshe Foundation.
But in reality, what I'm doing, it was a schizophrenic area, schizophrenic state. What I'm doing now, because we're using I'm using a half matter state and another half from plasma state.
No, because you create the plasma through the matter, but now we produce the plasma through plasma.
I want to learn this, Mr. Keshe, because I don't have this knowledge yet.
You will have it very soon when you're next to me.
Okay.
It's no problem. So is there anything else you want to share with us? Because then we can next week share more knowledge with you.
Can I say something for the last?
Yeah. Carry on.
For the positioning, we have to see here is 4 ball.
Yeah.
This is 4 ball. You can making a 5. You can make 6. You can is a perfect working. Is a David Star is working perfect for on this. You can parking your craft is very smoothly, very gently way where
How
you want.
did you? If I can ask you a question before we go away, how do you walk out of it? Do you collapse the system, or how do you get out of this cocoon?
It's reality. We're afraid to try to doing this, and we landing. We switch off everything. Then we open the door. We're going out.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to ask is that how does it feel? The position of switching the system. Thank you very much. How does it feel? How do you feel when the plasma of the system collapses around you?
I will go to show you. Wait a minute. Give me a chance. So, this is a gun.
Yeah.
If I go to keeping in my left hands, it's not from right hands, but especially left hands, when I'm keeping it like that for about 1 minute, I will start getting same feelings what I feel first time when I mirror this light.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is, did you feel the field going through your body to the
I feel like my soul is going out first, then coming on the place.
Does it feel like jumping in let's say in a pool? You feel the field building up?
Yes, like that.
Okay.
Like you felt in the empty. Yes.
If you are facing or positioned in respect to the center core with your center part of the system, because all 3 of you can't stand, did you get a feeling or the emotion of somebody like going through your stomach, like falling in or getting tickled, or getting like, you get a suddenly drop as the fields go through your body?
First, when I'm start to coming closer, I start to feel like ants bite all my body first.
Okay, you answered my question. I call this tickle factor. It's like things tickling you, and it goes through your body. We've seen this with the Iranian people when they are in the lab, when we were testing in Tehran. So you confirm what you explained to me confirms to me you've been through the system. Because unless you have not been through the plasma transfer, you don't know this feeling.
Like
You
all my
didn't
body.
know that.
After it start to come one pressure from my belly,
Yeah.
pushing me in me, to pushing me like up.
Yeah.
What it was? It was 15 years ago, and passing time.
Do you get that feeling of bending when the pressure comes? Just somebody punching you in the stomach.
I said you feel like pressure.
Yeah.
My belly round of my belly.
Yeah, I call it a tickle factor. People just bend forward.
But first I feel a bite, like ants bite, and after it's coming this.
Yeah, the ant bites we can scientifically explain. Maybe it's for the first time I explained this, because I had to do it to a specific team. And the ant bites you feel, and everybody will feel it. It's like, you know, when when you're in a plane, you feel the decompression and compression in jetliner. With the plasma transfer, because our body is made of GANs, at the point of
from static charge.
Yeah. Let me explain why the feeling comes. Why do you feel this ant feeling?
Okay.
The explanation of it is that because the plasma you create in your system is in a plasmatic condition, when it touches your end of nerves or end of the position of the contact of your nerves, it creates the same as what we call what I call it phantom pain, but it's a very fast phantom pain because it's an interaction between the plasmatic fields of the neurosystem and the body. And this is one of the first experiences people will have of this ants feeling when the plasma feels the strength in it, because it's both gravitational magnetical, interacts with the GANs body of the man and creates, like, as we say, as a light, but in fact field interaction. I've had this many times. I know exactly what you're talking about. But when it gets to the stomach, because of the shape of the stomach we have, the way it's winded and rolled on top of each other, the feeling becomes in one condense, and it feels like a pressure, like all the ants in one go hitting. And I call it the tickle factor.
Mr. Keshe, can I share as another one feelings?
Yeah.
You know, when especially Muslim people, when they go to doing namaz.
Yeah, when you bend forward.
Yes, when you're clapping your head, two hands in this position, and you put it on your chakra point.
Yeah.
It was I'm staying at on this position one day, and I'm coming as closer on this position, but it was I didn't decide to doing this because of I want.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm keeping my hands always. I'm keeping my hands like that or like that, something. And my heart, when I'm coming into one gap, one distance, I don't remember how long it was, how far. My heart started beating about 1,000 beats a second. Like that. It's impossible. I must go to die, but I didn't die. Why? I don't know. First.
But were you inside when you had the feeling?
No, it was I'm outside and it wasn't working. It was I'm coming closer to plasma.
Ah, okay.
Then it was these two fingers when I'm touching here. From this head fingers place, as blood is coming out, spread out as a blood. My lips, my eyes is here, my nose, my face. My body, where's the hell open place? It's not on with the cloth. Where's the open? Everything will go to in a fire. And till today, when I'm thinking this, why I didn't go to die? Because impossible. The man's heart will go to pulsing this much high pulse and not, still in life. I didn't understand. No.
We don't know. something we have to see. Thank you very much for today. We're going to have you back again next week if you can explain to us in more detail, because I hope you still, as we discussed yesterday, still stay alive, and we are always still part of the physical part of humanity, and we give you the chance to demonstrate what you're explaining in the Foundation laboratories.
But but in plasma state, it's not in massive
In the
state.
plasma state, I'll give you both chances. You can do both.
Oh.
There's no problem.
I have a quick question, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, carry on.
For Ali. Ali, do you see this effect only when you have the nano-coated wires or the nano-coated elements?
Probably yes, because it was that time I don't have any idea about nano coating. But it was everything become black this time.
Right.
No,
So
what is trying to explain, Vince, you're becoming like you're being in the space. You go blah, 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 or my receiver is a little bit bad. What Vince is trying to ask you is that, do you get the same feeling as the tinkling as when you touch the nanomaterials or the GaNs materials, or is it different?
Yes. But only on my hands, where's the positioning? It's not all my body. For example, when I'm doing this, I start slowly going down. Time maybe it's going further. I don't know.
Okay. Is there anything else? Is anybody else wants to ask any question? Are there any questions on the chat?
We could probably go for a long time as far as questions go.
Yeah. Can we see, please, again that picture with your interpretation of the gravitational, magnetical, and electrical fields?
The one we should do immediately after the Chinese gentleman spoke.
It's coming.
Come a bit forward, forward.
Good. Hold it still to focus.
No, you can't focus. Come a bit. Okay, you're somewhere there.
Difficult to read.
Yeah, it's in an angle. Try to keep the paper flat, please. Your paper is in an angle. It creates is not easy to read. Can you come closer? Okay.
Thank you very much. One picture tells 1,000 words.
Thank you very much.
I think we probably should wrap things up here soon, rather than.
Can we? I understand that we have Renan in the background. He's still there. He gives us the report on there. Thank you very much, Ali. We'll speak with you next time.
Okay, Mr. Keshe. Thank you very much for everybody, for everything. Have
You're
a good
welcome.
day.
Same to you. Renan, can you share your knowledge with us? You wanted time to do it. Thank you very much. Let us know what you know today.
Yeah, just a short update on the different protocols that I am using right now. I'll share my picture. Right. So I'm still working with Nano and GaNs. Is my screen already appearing?
Yes, we can see it, yeah.
So eventually,
oh my God, you already gone into production.
this is the soon pamphlets for marketing.
Mm-hmm.
So coming soon in the market here. So I have possible. So we'll be looking onto the plasma health processing protocols for particular health conditions. Then Mr. Keshe told me and presented some of this already. I just documented it so that it will be help clearer for the people to follow and do the experiments. If you remember, Mr. Keshe last time discussed about the obesity protocol. So the objective is to be able to reduce weight naturally in few months' time, 3 to 5 kilograms per month. So we use salt and sugar mouthwash method. Materials needed: salt and sugar, or the gans of sodium. So the basic information here is use of high sodium content food creates drinks creates creates sodium hydroxide and water plasma, which is contained by the amino acid. So you can see here, there's a fatty. That's why you become obese. Next is why you use salt and sugar. In my understanding, you influence the blood, which connects with the emotion, making you feel slim. This protocol, I've been giving this to my sister, and she is already reaching a stage for the making herself have the emotion of becoming slim. And it's not yet shown yet in the weight, but the emotion is already there. So the salt here removes the sodium from the blood and transfer it to the lymph for disposal. This removes the amino acid sacs. So the sac, the blue one, gets off, and the sodium goes out, and the sac collapse. So probability of reducing weight is possible.
There is something which is missing here, is that whenever you do the salt wash or the sugar wash, immediately after you wash your mouth 3 or 4 times, you need to drink at least quarter to half a liter of water, that you allow the salt or the residual sugar to dissipate through the body, to be washed out, as we call it. Because the water will create the plasma condition for the salt, instead of getting attached to the cholesterol, to be attached to the water and get out of the body of the man. You understand? You can't just do the wash and finish. You have to drink a large quantity of water to be able to immediately get it out of the GAN system or a blood system by creating its own gravitational. Without the water, you don't see that much result.
Okay. So I think that procedure, I'll just add it here. So the procedure is touches the tip of the tongue with pointer finger and then dip the salt. Spread the salt inside the mouth area. Is it necessary, sir, to spread the sea salt on the belly area?
No, I've never heard of that one.
Okay, so erase number 3. Then after a few seconds, rinse the salt in the mouth with water and spit out until minimal salt taste is left in the mouth. Then additional process here is drink as much water after cleaning the salt in your mouth. So
yeah, after 3 or 4 times wash, yes, you have to. Yeah.
So it can be done twice a day, normally, for 30 days or more.
Yep.
And
don't forget, the salt wash has been part of the old tradition of Middle East, when there was no toothpaste.
Oh.
And people always used to be healthy, very healthy. And this process brings a lot of serenity. One of the reasons of the culture of Iran being peaceful was this process, without them knowing. In Middle East, a lot of people use this, especially in part of Iran. And we see different characteristics do it quite often. Carry on.
And next is using the sugar. So to touch the emotion, the same process. Rinse it out and do it only at least every other day. 2 times a day, but every other day. And I have seen the results with my sister. So her emotion, she's not like craving anymore for food. She keep on doing this for already 2 weeks. The next is the hypertension protocol, which Mr. Keshe shared to me to do to my father. So my father's condition is a hypertensive patient, a hypertensive condition, has experienced mild stroke and causing vertigo already for that certain condition. That's why he was hospitalized. So I use the patches, the mouthwash, the salt wash, and CO2 guns, energized CO2 guns with lemon, plastic tubes and plastic packs to create the packs and the sealers and straws. So I basically apply the lowering the blood pressure using the salt.
No. Stop. Can you explain something there, which is I've just seen, where you say materials needed, GANs of CO2 can be energized. What did you do with the how do you use the GANs of CO2? Not hopefully you didn't drink it.
No. This will be put on the plastic tubes and plastic packs, and I will be showing it at how to use it in using plastic packs.
Okay, carry on.
So patient touches the tip of the tongue. For the same is this is the process of lowering the blood pressure. So using the salt mouthwash method, and I also use the cups. So this is the packs, the CO2 carbon dioxide GANs pack. So I just put them inside the pack and seal them with heat sealers so that they have different cases, and I put it inside the cup and I put straw. So he breathes in on the, he breathes on, inhales, exhales on the cup. So I also use the bracelet with CO2 and a bracelet with CH3 or ferrous oxide to balance that. And I put copper nano-coated coils, counterclockwise rotation inside as well. And other materials I use also the salt and also a copper oxide GANs pack for use. So next is what's the next? I energize the emotional part. So the patient inhales and exhales from the CO2 GANs cup with straw. So do this in a very slow breathing rhythm. So do this in 30 minutes a day, 10 minutes per session. Good. So it's the energizing the emotional part, the brain, the lungs, and the heart. So you don't drink the CO2. It's only the air. The CO2 pack is inside, and only the air inside that is energized. It's you exhale, inhale, in the straw. So you breathe in again, energized air.
Yeah, the thing is, you got to understand that the CO2 in that position, as is part of the, we explained in the last teaching that the CO2 is part of the aggression point of the human being. In inhaling the CO2, you balance the CO2 exhale, which brings peace to man.
Yes.
You have to understand what it does. As we explained in the teaching of last week or the week before, the interaction between the atmosphere of the Earth and the matter state of the Earth, which is so different, brings a violence in the behavior of the man. When you control the CO2 in the structure by inhaling it, what is being the aggression, even psychological aggression, inside you finds a new balance position. And that's why this CO2 and salt supports and helps with this condition. So you have to understand scientifically what it does. The reason for it, as we explained, is the CO2 balance which brings aggression. And as I explained, if you can create a CO2 condition across the, let's say, a war zone, people will even forget what they're fighting for. And this is the reason you use it. And you've seen the effect on your father, because they find peace. Carry on.
Is the effect also he always gets sleepy right now?
Mm-hmm. Because he's at peace.
I think his balancing in his brain is already slowly maybe healing itself or processing itself. That's why he's keep on resting.
Yep. Okay, carry on.
And here is how I position it. So I have a CO2 GANs pack. I put it near his head area. So I just wrap it with a cloth. It's a plastic bag, then sealed it and wrap it with the cloth and put it on his head when he's sleeping. And right now he's wearing it as near his neck, back of the neck, because we've found something near his right brain. There's some densest there, so I positioned it there. Near, and also he wore a bracelet.
What is the reaction of the doctors?
I didn't initially. They have no idea what he was doing in the hospital, but they didn't ask anything about it yet during in the hospital. But they were keep on letting him drink the same medicines. But yesterday, today, it's been 2 days. I have not given him all the medical medicines that the doctor said. So I'm just using this and also supplementing him with a good diet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, carry on.
And yes, I use the first oxide GANS pack and bracelet as well to put in his hands. So it also helps maybe balance the iron in his blood, either remove or help it. If there's more iron in his blood, can help remove the iron. And also, in case the blood pressure doesn't go down, there's too high. I use the copper oxide GANS pack near him, but doesn't touch the body. And just position it near to my father, just to reduce the metal contents in his blood.
Okay. Carry on.
And I documentations. I write all the records. And the next thing is I just want to do this again because I have a friend, his father has also prostate. So we will follow the prostate cancer protocol. So to be able to recover with the health condition of prostate cancer. So this is still the same. We're just using the CO2 GANS, the Nano Health wire belt, the belt one, and the patches. So I'll just show it to you. So thank you for Andy Rose for the design of the belt. So we're gonna replicate this belt and put carbon dioxide patches around it together with the coils. So I also designed a Nano Health wire patch using the Nano Health wire patch, which will be used during the process. So first is let the patient wear the Nano Health wire plus the CO2 GANS belt around the waist area. Position, it's like this. The blue one is the belt, and we position the Nano Health wire coil patch to the reproductive organ, like this area, the green area. So I'll show you how Mr. Keshe described it last time. It's the bottom view, you're sitting, so the belt here around, processing it, and the patch in front. So we'll be trying this yet. We have not started I'm preparing the materials to try to
what is the decision of the doctors in the hospital or with these doctors?
I have not yet, the doctors already surrendered because his condition was also have the same to multiple sclerosis, MS,
Mm-hmm.
and it already gone to prostate cancer, and they cannot operate him anymore. He was been operated already twice. Then right now he had stroke also, so it was a worse condition right now. His father, and I think he cannot walk anymore. So the condition initially was not prostate only, but also a multiple sclerosis. He is having trouble to control his lower part of the body already. So we'll be discussing that with him. He was open to do some testings with his father once a week.
What is important when you use these belts, especially if you make the belt for his buttocks as well, and not just for around the back? You have to cover the side of, not around the belly, but it has to come into the hips, to the front. Yeah. Okay. We have seen from MRI research after the use of the technology that due to cancer you get what I call, what commonly known as like a porous bone. Oh. And we have seen with MRI that the porosity has disappeared too. or the cancer cells reverse back to normal condition. So you get a stronger hip. We have all the MRI on this somewhere in the files. So you got to ask the doctors to monitor, at least to see if the cancer changes. There is something else which you have with the prostate cancer, is you have to add a patch just above the ankle of both legs.
Ankles above.
Yeah, because one of the signs, because prostate is a psychosomatic, we see immediately one of the first signs of cancer. If you looked at the MRI of the cancers or different kind of what do you call it, scanning which is used, you always see secondary cancer at ankle waist, ankle point. There is a psychological reason for this, is that when you don't want to live, you don't want to walk. So the cancer transfers. And the other point we see with the prostate cancer is the immediate bones on the nearest to the heart, depends what the cancer has been in the condition of. On the ribs we see immediate point, which is the psychological point of the interaction too. So you have to make a patch for the ankle and a patch for the ribs.
Okay.
There is this is because it is the psychosomatic. The body tries to dispose of itself. So on the ankle, usually we see it on the right ankle, just above ankle on the bone, the lower bone. Yes. Just above ankle, we see secondary cancer. And then you see a secondary cancer immediately on the ribs near the heart, usually on the left side because it's more emotional part. And then we see usually secondary cancer on the two bone shoulders. You don't want to carry, because you carry the boy or the son in your hand, you don't want to have the hand. So we see on the just the joint of the shoulders cancer too, which is part of the psychosomatic condition. So you need to make a patch for these points.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, carry on.
Thank you, sir. So that's all for the documentations, and also always I do the recordings of the data for the patients.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you indeed. Keshe Foundation Philippines is going into production, and in the coming time, the Keshe Foundation Philippines, like China, Europe and America, and hopefully with 3 or 4 others within the next, whoever can 30 days, because I know Philippines is ready to go. Same as we are, we make an announcement about the Keshe Foundation manufacturing in the coming days. We are ready, we will market everything at the same time together across the planet. So if according to one point somebody is not happy because they're not getting what they want, the other Keshe Foundations around the world will support the delivery of material across the world. We had this experience recently, so by experience we are protecting the Keshe Foundation worldwide interest in application of the technology. So as you just seen, he says Philippines, and is already ready to go into production. I think Philippines, Europe and China within the next 7 days will go into full production of the number of units using the central, what I call blueprint office of the foundation, which is going to be available to everyone. If you are in the process, or if you have the ability to produce as a factory, we don't want individuals who know somebody. We need production teams that we can monitor. It can be bona fide. We'll do a due diligence checking that you can go in a rapid production. We have called for the people who want to manufacture as an organization, not individuals, to attend the meeting on Tuesday at 9 o'clock. You have to be part of, it will not be disclosed, it's not an open session, to discuss the step-by-step what the majority of the production team worldwide decide to do. or we each carry a different part of it, but there has to be a manufacturing arm and a foundation arm of the Keshe Foundation, and we give access to new developments which we have not disclosed. We will not disclose for security reasons, which most of you understand. We will touch the oil industry very heavily, but as the knowledge is spread around the world, it has to become part of the structure. So in the coming 30 days, by the end of September, all the power units which is being requested and people have ordered will be delivered across the, the planet by different Keshe Foundations. We will release the blueprints of all the power supplies to all the Keshe Foundations manufacturing arms. And that it does not stay with Italy, that it can be played games with by certain interested groups or whatever. Philippines is one of them. They already, am I correct? You're ready to go to production? Renan?
Yes, sir. Our manufacturing, we have already met last week and are already setting up for the jigs and fixtures on the production side of the energy units and the pens and other products.
We have shared the knowledge to be known openly. The power production unit has been shared with the Philippine team. That if anything happens in Keshe Foundation in Italy, Philippines will be able to back up the supply worldwide. And we'll do with 2 more teams that internationally we stand to deliver the commitments of the foundation. So as Renan told you, we are not holding technology just to be here. It's been fully shared, understood by Renan team and the people who are behind it, that the knowledge has already been fully shared, understood, and so it's not, as some people are claiming, this is a fraud or whatever. If anything happens to us in Italy, in any shape or form, Philippines and 2 other nations will go into production mass delivery, and the commitments of the foundation will be met. Thank you very much, Renan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. I think it's time to say goodbye. We had a long day today. We are backing in on nearly 5 hours of teaching.
That's right.
Thank you very much, Rick. Vince, we need to set up the meeting of the production team for Tuesday. If we talk about it later. But if
Yes,
you
sir.
are a manufacturers, you are a manufacturing company, we invite aerospace organizations to the foundation very rapidly, because we will, in a very short time, will deliver the flight system as we explained by Ali. It's been produced, it's sitting in the background, ready to come into operation within a matter of a couple of days. So we will touch the space technology, aerospace technology. We're getting ready for 21st of September. If we get one nation committing itself to peace, what we said in stopping the satellites and the rest will stop, because the process of peace has started. We could have indication, we have received indication from one government, maybe possibly 3, that they are going to adhere to the World Peace Plan. Because to their request, it started, do not do something which jeopardizes. So we respect the request of the President and the leader of the nation. And if they sign publicly by that day, or around 22nd, 23rd, we will respect the wishes of the nation. Thank you very much for all your time, and I thank you for whatever knowledge you have brought us, which enriched us more to be. Thank you very much indeed for your help.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe, once again.
Thank you indeed. See you next time.
All right, that'll be the end of the 76th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute for Thursday, August 27th, 2015. And thank you everybody once again for attending, and some of the questions we'll have to refer till next time around. There's lots of them, so we'll have always a good session next time. Okay, thank you everybody. Bye for now.